good?
Yep.
Good evening, everyone. I will open up tonight's Mashpee Conservation Commission meeting for Thursday, August 22nd, 2024. Tonight we are meeting in the Quiet Meeting Room, Mashpee Town Hall, 16 Great Neck Road North. Our meeting is broadcast live on local cable channel 8, and it is also streamed live on the Town of Mashpee website. So I have 6:32. We'll convene the meeting in open session. If you'd like to join me in a pledge of allegiance, please do. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. I'd like to start with a moment of silence and remembrance of all peoples, both here in our own country and around the world, who have become environmental refugees as a result of catastrophic weather conditions. Thank you. We have a new format on our agenda this evening. I have placed maximum estimated times needed for any and all agendas, both pre- and post-agenda items, and especially the hearings. Our hearings have been going much longer than anticipated, taking us into very late evening hours. So for the sake of efficiency and time, you will see those posted on the agenda. So I will begin the first hearing, the 6:30 hearing for 53 Greenwood Road. Brian and Elizabeth Rutana, trustees, Brian and Elizabeth Rutana Trust. This is a proposed raise of an existing single-family dwelling, construction and maintenance of new single-family dwelling, a new Title V microfast septic tank, and appurtenances. Representative is Cape Islands Engineering. This hearing is continued from June 27th, and I have a 15-minute estimated on this, not to put you under any pressure.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to recuse myself since
Yes.
I designed the house. So
Okay.
just please come get me after the hearing.
Okay, thank you, Steve.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening, everyone. Mark Dibb with Cape Islands Engineering, representing the applicant for 53 Greenwood Road. We had presented this previously. It is a raise and replace, flood zone only project. Some things we pointed out first time, that the footprint of the building is actually decreasing. It's being centered better into the lot, meeting zoning setbacks, things like that. It is proposed to have an IA septic system and new leach field, which was approved by the Board of Health. This latest plan does identify some of the different landscape areas, what part of the project is lawn, and what is to remain undisturbed by, delineated by a limit of work. The previous hearing, there was some questions about floor plans and footprints. We did provide house floor plans. In general, we do believe it's a reduction in impacts to the floodplain. It's an upgraded house to flood standards, and we believe it meets the performance standards of the Wetland Protection Act and your rules and regulations. At this point, I'd be happy to answer any other questions you might have.
Okay. I'm going to begin, rather than go to commissioners first. We received some correspondence in regards to this project centering around a drain pipe. And I'm going to read that letter into the record so that you'll be aware of what we're concerned about. This email came to me today. I think it was also received by Agent McManus today as well. Hi, Mr. McManus. Thank you for spending time with us today explaining the proposed raise and replace of 53 Greenwood. We are the abutter at 85 Shore Drive and had some concerns. The first is that the height and slope of the landscape and any consequential drainage not increase the flow of water runoff onto our property. It sounds like the Conservation Commission has addressed this as a potential issue. The other item I mentioned is that there is a drain pipe coming from 53 Greenwood that drains onto our property near the back right corner of our house. It is much higher than the ground level at our house, so we get the runoff. I have attached 3 pictures. The first is a picture of the actual pipe as it exits the ground. The second is another picture of this pipe showing its location and the slope of the land. And the third just shows the difference in the heights as it presently is between the 2 properties. We have no objection to the raise and replacement of 53 Greenwood. We just want to ensure that our property is not negatively impacted. If you need anything else, please let me know, and it is signed by John R. D. Simone, and his address is attached to that. The pictures show, Mark, it's about a 4-inch black PVC pipe of some sort. The other 2 pictures, you can't see the pipe in it, but I know it wasn't called out on the plan, nor was it any part of the discussion last time we were here, so I'm wondering if you could shed some light on that.
Any chance you could show the pictures? I'm not aware of it.
I have them on my laptop. We don't have them for the screen, Dan? Do we?
No, I.
What was
got
the
it to
address you said?
The address is
So it's this one here.
85, hold on.
Okay.
85 Shore Drive. If you'd like to come up, Mark, I can show you those photographs on my laptop. Here's the first one. Looks like a black ABS to me. The next one, he's got it circled to show the elevation, the pipe being here and, you know, the land there. And that's the back side of the house. I believe this is like a right-of-way or something that goes in there, like a walkway or a driveway for a house in the back. You can see the roof line of it right there. See it? So it wasn't called out on the plan, and there obviously is a concern centering around that.
Yeah, it'd be like right here.
I mean, being a raise and replace, if it is connected to a drain or a patio or something, it would be
You can see it up
removed.
there on the screen there, Mark, where Dan's got the
Right
cursor.
there.
It's in that area of the building.
Yeah, I mean, it could be a condition that it's definitely removed. I mean, the current house does not have the roof drainage that this house will have, as well as all the impervious surfaces that are being removed are being replaced with pervious pavers. So, I mean, other than it just being abandoned and that we are essentially the grades are staying the same throughout the project.
Well, if the grades are the same, I think that's the concern that the gentleman has, that his property is of a lower elevation from where that pipe is exiting. And if you're going to keep the same grading, there's a potential for runoff there that we would have to address. I mean, we can condition that if need be.
Yeah, I mean, I think the existing roof area is over 2,000 square feet, and that is being removed for a new roof area of about 1,500, which will have roof drains. I mean, just by the proposal of adding all this extra drainage, I mean, there is a little bit of room down their side, yeah, between that wall and the property. I mean, we could do a slight swale to at least, you know, try to get just the rainwater that would fall in that area down towards Shore Drive. But you know, I believe the project alone by all the reduction of impervious area should improve. It'll definitely not make things worse. And then by abandoning that pipe and all the porous surfaces, you know, I do believe that we could, their situation regarding drainage will be improved by this proposal.
The other thing that I had noted from our last hearing, I believe it was Commissioner Claproot that was asking for additional plans, and that would come under Regulation 3B3. She was concerned about the architectural drawings to confirm the sizes of these rooms, and I believe it was Mr. Thurston that came up towards the end of the hearing while we were deliberating, and he said that they could certainly provide those plans. So I was wondering if you have those.
I do have some extra copies. I believe they were submitted electronically, but I do have some reduced copies. Again, the floor plans and septic system have been reviewed by the actual Board of Health, because this location does have some property line setbacks.
Right.
So the board itself did approve the system, but I do have these. I believe they were submitted electronically.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, could I just make a comment?
Yes, go right ahead, Marjorie, while I distribute these.
Yeah, while you're doing that, I just wanted to say, I understand that Board of Health does their work and we move things along, but as I said at the last meeting, and I reiterate today, I really think it's incumbent upon the Conservation Commission.
Yeah, this is an actual email.
Absent even any reference to that vis-a-vis the Board of Health, that we need to look at any new home, new build, raise and replace, et cetera, and pay careful attention to how we handle septic runoff, et cetera, et cetera. So I hope you understand, because from here on out, I am very committed to have all the commissioners have this info at hand.
Okay. And Richard, just for the record, that email that you have, what was the date on that?
It was sent 7/1. I think Daniel had sent it out.
7/1?
Yeah, 53 Greenwood plans, non-stamped plans.
Okay.
Did it go to all the commissioners?
I believe so.
Yeah. It did.
Okay, so you might
I'm
have that,
sorry.
Marjorie, in your inbox if 7/1 is the date on it.
July 1, okay.
We do
let
have,
me-
we have paper copies here, but that doesn't do you
All
any
right.
good.
Let me see if I can find it while I sit here. Hang on.
While she's looking, I'll take other questions, just for the sake of time. Anything, Rich, that you want to offer?
I think if I remember correctly, this is actually, the footprint is smaller than what exists currently, correct? The square footage of the house is bigger, but the footprint is smaller.
Correct.
Okay.
Could I know the name of the sender, please? What would the email say?
53 Greenwood Concom.
That would be the sender?
No, that was the topic. I sent it. I forwarded it from Mr. Paul Thurston when he
Oh,
sent it
all
to all
right,
of
so
us.
the topic would be 53 Green, it would be, yeah, okay, hang on.
Marjorie, I just forwarded it to you, so it's at
Oh,
the
you're
top
a
of your
donor.
inbox.
Thank
You
you,
got it.
Sarah, you beat me to the electronic punch. Okay.
No, but I missed it too, so my apologies. I missed it as well.
No, I'm thrilled, yeah, okay.
And Paul, I did have just a couple of questions as well,
Okay, go ahead.
if nobody else wants the floor. So, and I'm so sorry, I missed the stamped plans and the floor plan, so I'm just looking at that now, but I do see from the site plan that it looks like, and I just want to confirm this, the footprint of the home is decreasing, but the footprint of all of the, I guess what you would call appurtenances, right? So even if it's permeable, all of the walkways and the patios, it looks like increasing quite a bit. And I just wanted to confirm, Mike, if you could, please, the square footage of the living space of the inside of the house, current versus proposed. If you could provide those figures, not the footprint on the ground, the actual square footage of living space, because I think this has been a big and very disappointing question, and very relevant, as Commissioner Claproot mentioned, to our deliberations and charge to protect the groundwater here.
Mr. Commissioner, if I may, the email that I had sent on, again, Paul Thurston, 9 Deans Hollow Road, Mashpee, the email I had sent to Dan and the commissioners, Andrew, it was, and I have copies here, you're more than welcome to have these as well, on that 7-1, I went out 6/28, I guess you guys must have got it 7/1, but at last night's meeting, there had been a lot of questions regarding the existing interior footage, both existing and proposed, for which neither the civil engineer, Mark, nor I have been prepared to speak about at that conservation hearing. However, I have included the Town of Mashpee Assessor's Card, which states the existing net area of 53 Greenwood is 1,458 square feet. In addition, I have included the architectural drawings, which shows the proposed first floor footage as 1,150 square feet, and the second floor as 714 square feet, bringing the total proposed structure to 1,864 square feet of floor space. This is a net increase of 460 square feet. 406.
406.
And that was on the email I attached to.
Yeah.
And what was the change, if any? I can now see the floor plan, I appreciate that. But rather than going counting and trying to measure the bathrooms, what is the net on bathrooms?
It's 2-bedroom, 2.5 bath.
And the old and the new?
The old was 3 bedrooms, 1.5 baths.
Okay, so there's a net decrease actually in the, okay, I appreciate that, thanks.
Increase of square footage, but a decrease in terms of bedrooms and baths.
Great,
Square footage because of the second floor.
Right, the 406, yep.
right.
Okay, Sarah, going back to you, I think, did you have another question?
Yeah, maybe a question or just an observation. I'm looking at the nitrogen calculations, and it looks like even with the replacement of the existing septic to an IA system, it looks like there's a pretty minimal reduction. It looks like 1 part per million and some change. Just wanted to see if there was any thought behind whether it was worth all the demo and the destabilization to abandon the current system if we're looking at such a small increase and it still falls within the specs for the town.
It has to come up.
The current system is at a very low point on the property. It's probably close to groundwater, if not in groundwater. Nitrogen loading, and I don't have those calcs in front of me right now to confirm that it was only a 1 part per million difference, but the existing system has to be performing less than optimal based on its location. We're providing a brand new system. This is all temporary disturbance to a completely developed property. Smaller house, upgraded to flood code, all sorts of improvements for the environment. I have no further input on this project.
Point of order?
Yes, we're at
Time's up.
15? Okay. Okay, Sarah, anything else?
No, sir, thank you.
Okay. Sandy, did you have any questions?
No.
Okay. Dan, would you like to?
No, when it comes to, I understand, Sarah, the septic question, but when it does come to it, you said the Board of Health looked at this, and you do have the the groundwater separation from the bottom of the leach field and everything. So I understand that. But it's just a tough lot when it comes to having to reduce the nitrogen, especially when there's little to no current native vegetation on it. So that makes a big difference as well. So anything that's below 18 for us does adhere to that. But I do understand your concerns with that. So that's all.
Okay. Drew, would you like to make any comments?
Yeah, just to clarify, so the reduction in, or the nitrogen calculation, it's in my comments, but it's 14.43 parts per million, which falls below the 19 parts per million in our regulation 30, so it meets the standard. It's not a huge reduction, but it is a reduction nonetheless, which is less impactful to groundwater. And I reiterate that this is, you know, the cumulative changes to the project with stormwater capture, updated IA system, and the interior square footage. I guess, you know, I'm not dismissing the questions about it, but it's really the exterior alteration that really should be taken into consideration as far as impacts the flood zone. I don't see where the interior really has any impact to the topography or the flood zone or the standards thereof. So I think it's a good project overall.
Okay, thank you. Questions from the public? Hearing none. Okay. So I would accept a motion from a commissioner.
Looking for a motion to vote on it?
Yes.
And I would make a motion to vote on 53 Greenswood.
Okay. Would you like to add any conditions onto that, Richard?
I guess just the black pipe that, the 4-inch PVC pipe, I guess to find out where it goes and if it can be
Have
diverted
that
into.
be addressed? Yeah. Okay. Is there a second?
Second?
Okay. Motion made and seconded and up for discussion amongst commissioners. I would like to make sure that we address the square footage on the lawn. Is that, I know we were talking 10%.
Yeah, yes, there's only 10%.
The figures were well above 10%, correct? From the last hearing?
The submitted plan
Yep.
has only 10% lawn area on the disturbed lot. There's a little piece of the corner that's not being touched, not being changed in any way, but of the work area, lawn is no greater than 10%, and it's shown that way, and it's noted on the plan as such.
All right, so I would want that to be conditioned as well in our vote to make sure that it adheres to Regulation 31. Anything else from commissioners?
Just a quick point of order in the motion. It should be a motion to close an issue. I know the motion was to vote on it, but just procedurally, the motion should be close an issue if it's if the commission is looking to approve the project. Just a
Okay.
matter of protocol.
All right, so you want to amend that, Rich, to,
What's the,
you want to amend your motion to close an issue?
make a motion to close the issue.
All right, so is there a second?
Second.
All right, so we are going to amend that for a close an issue with the purpose of voting, and the lawn stipulations are in there, and the correction to the drainage pipe, be it a swale or whatever we're going to need, we'll let staff determine that that's adhered to. Okay, Sarah, is there anything you wanted to add in?
I do, yeah, just to further condition the issue of the black drain pipe that was brought forward by the abutter, if we could identify the location of that runoff and just ensure that it is included in the runoff capture structures and calculations for the plan, just so that we're following the paper trail. And then I do see here in the agent's notes that the conservation staff would recommend that 10% lawn be a variety of native micro clover mix.
Okay, yep, I remember that from the last hearing, okay. Marjorie, is there anything you want to add?
No, I would just thank the applicants for complying and not making us come after them, so appreciate that, very helpful.
Okay. All right then. Nothing else? We're good? I'll take a roll call vote. Richard?
Yes.
Sandy?
Yes.
Sarah?
Yes.
Marjorie?
Yes,
And I vote yes as well. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll go get Steve.
Yes. Yeah. Almost forgot about Steve.
I don't
Leave
want-
him on the hallway.
I don't want him to miss the fun.
Okay, I will call the 6:33 hearing for 126 Waiting Place Road, Stephen F. and Donna M. McDonald. This is a proposed installation and maintenance of a bulkhead. Representative is Falmouth Engineering. This hearing is continued from 6:13 and 7:25. It's a notice of intent, DEP file number 433292. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. For the record, my name is Michael Borselli from Falmouth Engineering, and I represent the applicant along with Angela Tanner from Crawford Land Management. This is a continued hearing. We made an initial presentation to you a few weeks back. There were some concerns about access to install the sheet pile bulkhead from the upland, and it was thought at that time that the most logical way to gain access was from barge access from the cove. But we had consulted with the contractor who is likely to install the bulkhead, and we continued that hearing after making the initial presentation so that we could go on site with your staff and the contractor and Angela to talk about the access and demonstrate how it would be done. There was some concern about some disruption to a narrow band of salt marsh vegetation at the top of the wall. Dan Kent was on site with us, and we went through how we intended to protect that, or if there was limited disruption to the surface vegetation, how it would be restored. Crawford Land Management developed a detailed restoration and buffer enhancement plan that has been submitted to your file that describes in detail the plant material and locations of where the vegetation would be installed. And I think we convinced Deanne that upland access was doable and relatively easy. That access is shown on the plan. It's the right way to install the bulkhead. The bulkhead's purpose is to mitigate against further settlement of the stone wall that's along the shore edge. It's designed to encapsulate that wall, eliminate the sedimentation and the potential for those stones to fall into the land under the ocean wetland resource. And we're hoping that you can see to it to issue a favorable order of conditions that will allow us to do that. Yesterday, I did get a late-breaking email from Drew where he pointed out some additional information from another application that's pending on this property that you have actually on your agenda tonight that is relative to the house reconstruction. That project is not yet finished. It's underway. So there was some restoration and planting required with that project as well. Drew pointed that out to us. So there's a little bit of overlap on our plans for the restoration and enhancement of the buffer that we need to reconcile with that plan. That plan was proposed to you and demonstrated how it met Regulation 25's requirements. I think it's for 30% of the lot to either be in a natural state or to be enhanced to become native planting. So I wanted to update you on where we are and get any additional feedback from you, but I think we should meet one more time with your staff to reconcile our restoration and enhancement plan with the one that's pending for the house order of conditions. I think between the two, we don't want there to be any redundancy, but we want to make sure that they both work together. And I think if we have one more working meeting with your staff, we can get there. But we wanted to report back to you, and we wanted to get any other feedback or requests for us to consider. So when we come back one more time, hopefully you can vote to close an issue.
Okay, thank you. Did you want to speak, ma'am?
I don't have a whole lot to add, just that we're hoping to be able to maintain some of the existing seed bank that is already there, because they won't be completely ripping everything out. They'll be cutting back some of the existing vegetation. And then also that what we have proposed is basically a range of species to increase the biodiversity down there. So we see it as a definite improvement.
Okay, thank you. Questions from commissioners?
Mike, how come, when I was out there today, I saw the construction for the new pool and from the previous order of conditions. How come you didn't put that on this plan so we as a group could see how things tie in together?
Well, because you have it in your file already on another application, so we didn't see the need to have to.
Right, but a lot of times we don't get those given to us, like as a whole package. We only have what's being proposed given to us. So it would have been easier if it had it light, say, previous order conditions showed it, and then we could see the whole, how everything interacts together. That's one of the things that I noticed when I was out there today, so.
Point taken.
Yep. Okay. Anything else, Steve?
No, one of the other questions I had, so the existing wall is gonna stay there in place.
Yes.
So the new bulkhead's gonna go on the seaward side of that wall?
Yes, it's proposed to be driven right at the toe of the stones that are in place now. So it'll be driven by vibratory hammer right at the toe of the existing stones.
Okay, and based on, so you're just gonna fill on top of that, and then the planting's gonna be behind that wall?
There's going to be a little bit of a wedge right behind where the stones that are sloping intersect with the vertical wall. That area does not have any vegetation now because it's the face of the stone wall. That would be brought up flush with the existing grade of the vegetation, and then that would be part of the area that would be supplemented with more vegetation.
Okay. All right, because, yeah, when I was out there, that stone is pretty solid, so try to plant on top of that's gonna be difficult, right? So it's
Right,
just
no,
gonna-
there'll be some plant medium placed there to allow for the planting.
On top of once you fill on top of the stone, and
Yes.
plantings on top of that?
Yes.
In that soil? So, okay.
Yes, it'll be seeded as well, so seeded and then a bunch of supplemental plugs. So they're pretty small to go in. We won't have to dig big holes in that location.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Richard? No questions? Sandy?
No, good.
Sarah?
I do have some questions. Yeah, thank you, Paul. And please forgive me, I'm not quite seeing in the plans here, the planting plan. Did I hear that is forthcoming and we're gonna be continuing this?
I believe so, right?
Okay.
Plan was submitted, that's on
But
the screen.
you'll be expanding the planting plan, I think is the idea.
We're
I s-
gonna modify that plan to blend with the one that was required for the house the house construction project.
So it's an additional 930 square feet. Is that,
Okay, and the planting that you're talking about now, that's part of the house construction project, or is that part of this project?
The planting that's on the screen before you now is relative to the wall project, but there is a requirement for some additional planting relative to the house project, we're gonna make the two planting plans work together.
Sure. Okay. Am I missing it, or is there no waiver that's been submitted for vertical walls or setbacks here?
This is an existing wall that this is considered maintenance and repair. There's an existing seawall there, so we don't believe there's a need for a waiver for maintenance or repair of an existing wall that's failing. So we didn't request a waiver for that. We're also not in a we're outside of any the boundary of minimal wave action. So there's no wave energy in this upper reach of this cove. So that's another reason we didn't think there was a need to apply for that waiver.
Sure, understood. I'm looking at the language we have in Regulation 25. Let me just pull it up here. And this is within the A zone of land subject to coastal storm flowage within 150 feet of a coastal water body. Vertical walls are prohibited.
That's
Can
new.
I lend some clarification?
Point of order,
Hold
Drew,
on, Joe,
just a
hold
moment,
on.
please. I'd like to hear from the applicant.
I stand by my statement that I've
I'm going to turn the floor over to Steve.
That's for new walls. But this,
Right.
there's already an existing wall there,
Right,
so.
this is an
the-
existing wall.
Right, yeah.
Sure, sure, but we're not repairing the existing wall, we're actually adding a new one in front of it. Is that right? And if I look at the agent's comments, it looks like, is it Department of Marine Fisheries has actually recommended rebuilding or restoring the existing wall to minimize disturbance? So we have an existing wall, but we're adding another one in front of it. So from where I'm sitting, it's not really maintenance of an existing structure, it's the addition of a new one to shore up an existing structure. But there's a whole new disturbance and vertical plane being added.
Well, I can speak to that. This is considered maintenance by DEP, and the reason we're doing this is the current wall is beginning to fail. It's undergoing creeping failure, which means the toe stones are being undermined, sediment is entering into the water body, so there's disruption and impacts to the land under the ocean wetland resource currently, and removing those stones, excavating and trying to rebuild in the same footprint as that is dramatically and significantly greater disruption than simply installing a vertical bulkhead sheet pile wall directly against the toe stones to encapsulate the wall that is currently failing and thereby prevent any further disruption to the wetland resource. So it's the best way to handle it.
It would appear that the Division of Marine Fisheries would disagree with you, based on the agent's comments.
Yeah, they may, but that's our opinion.
Okay.
Okay, okay. Well, in that case, I guess I have no further questions. Paul, I'll hand it back to you.
Okay, thank you, Sarah. Marjorie, questions?
No, not at this time.
Okay, thank you. Sandy, I called on you, did I not? Or did I? I did. Okay, Dan or Drew, would you like to comment?
Yeah, so I do understand Sarah's point that this is a new wall fronting an existing wall, and I totally understand why Division of Marine Fisheries made their comment, and that's why I put it into my comments. But as Mike had said, in order to, and perhaps Division of Marine Fisheries, may not have taken this into consideration before they made their comments, but to rebuild the existing wall, you're going to have to excavate out the stones that have subsided and rebuild it in the same footprint, which, in my opinion, and seeing many similar projects like this before, where a new wall has been proposed in front of a failing wall, to try and rebuild the existing wall is going to create a significantly more level of disturbance to the marine environment than fronting it and marginally pushing it out into the water. Then the impact of trying to rebuild the existing wall is going to be significantly higher than fronting it with a bulkhead. And you're not talking about a lot of encroachment towards, into the water. It's basically fronting the seaward face of the existing stone wall. And I've seen many projects like this before. The amount of excavation that would be required to lift those stones out, the amount of siltation that would occur from that activity, as opposed to pile driving in a vinyl bulkhead wall, it would be significantly more impact and more conditioning for that approach, as opposed to fronting it with a bulkhead. My other comments too, going back to the mitigation, is that in my correspondence with Mike recently, is that as the commissioners recall, I think there was a description used to characterize the soil below the toe of the slope, and that area of lawn between the toe of the slope and the wall as being spongy. So I've been to this site many times, and I firmly believe that whatever historical delineation was used to create the delineation on this current plan is not accurate. I feel that the area should be redelineated, and I think that buffer zone of planting should extend to the toe of the bank, because I believe that's all wetland. I believe it's hydric soil, and I think that there should be a wetland consultant brought on board to do soil borings and to get the true extent of the wetland delineation as it currently exists, and not rely on historical delineations. And I believe that that will increase the setback of the wetland, and therefore increase the level of mitigation that should be required, given that this area is all hydric soil. So that's kind of encapsulates the conversation that I had with Mike, the correspondence I have with Mike. I really believe that there should be a wetland expert brought in to redelineate the wetlands so we can truly see where the wetland line is, and then have mitigation brought in accordingly. No other comments.
Okay.
If I could just follow up on that, Mr. Chairman, so.
Not right now, not right now. Trying to move things along as quickly as possible. Questions
of
from
order.
the public? We're at 15. Questions from the public? Okay, hearing none. So, point of clarification, I'm under the impression you're asking for continuance to work out the 900 and some odd square feet. I would ask the commission how they feel about bringing in outside expert advice, a consultant, to redelineate the wetland area.
Yeah, I'd go for that based on Drew's comments.
That would be at the expense of the applicant.
Yep, yeah, definitely. And
If-
yeah, no, Drew, like you said, he's been in that site numerous times. I've been there a few times myself.
Yep.
So, yeah, that makes
Been there
perfect sense
as
to me. And then if we can throw the previous application, what the pool, and that structure, and the walls and everything on this plan, so we can see how everything ties in together, that would make things much easier for everybody.
Okay? All right, so,
Steve, if I could make a suggestion, the previous plan does show the existing wall, so we could provide that plan instead of recreating what already exists. Would that be acceptable?
right, the existing wall is on the plan, you're right.
Yeah, it's on the house raise and replace plan, so instead of, recreating the exact same plan we have on file, we can simply forward that out to the commissioners.
No, I'm talking about, there's a new pool going in right now?
That's what I mean,
Yeah,
that pool plan.
That pool plan,
That pool
yeah.
plan shows the wall.
Okay.
Not the proposed wall, but the existing wall.
I just
Yeah.
want, sorry, Drew, I just wanted to see where the pool was in relationship to the grades and where, where the mitigation's gonna be. That's what I was looking at.
Oh, okay, understood.
Yeah. No, I understand though, the seawall part of it, that's no problem. It shows a house and fire pit, and there's all this broad open area till you hit the bulkhead. But there's excavation going on right now out there. So I just wanted to see that whatever that new structure being excavated,
If I
Yeah,
could, I think what you're asking for is for me to show on my plan what was previously approved by a previous order of conditions and is currently pending before you now. The house and the pool, retaining walls, and everything associated with it. You want that on my plan for reference, so you can see how they interact.
then-
So you don't have to
then-
have two separate plans.
Correct, and then you're gonna show 930 square feet of plan and mitigation, so we can see how everything just ties in together.
Yep.
Instead of looking at two separate plans.
I understand that.
Yeah, that was it, thank you.
Okay.
So what's the motion?
So for clarification, we would first vote to bring in the wetland consultant so that we can delineate this area that needs to be delineated. And then we can vote to continue. So if you're going to continue, you might as well be working on moving ahead to get this consultant if there is a motion for that and it passes.
Okay.
I don't want to have to go to a continuance and then say, well, what about the consultant for the wetlands? Bring that whole issue up. I mean, the issue is now on the table for you guys to think about. So I think we should clarify that first, whether you want to do that or not, and then we'll move for the continuance.
Okay.
And I'd like a chance to speak to that,
Yes,
too.
all right, go ahead.
Well, so the correspondence I got from Drew yesterday, I'm going to read it. It says, "The area that has previously been described as spongy spans the flat area of lawn area between the toe of the slope for the house, and the existing wall." Again, the wall, that wall meaning I believe the seawall, is most likely all wetland due to hydric soils. So it is historic wetland that was filled evidently, probably when they dredged that channel. So there probably was there's probably peat that was an old historic salt marsh. So he further says, "I'm inclined to recommend that the commission require the hiring of a wetland professional to reevaluate this area and provide a revised delineation." I'm only showing you on my plan what you previously approved by order of conditions where the wetland resource line boundaries were. Now we're introducing and suggesting that there's another delineation that needs to be done because of spongy soil, which very likely is an old peat layer for a salt marsh. So just so the record shows, you approved the plan for the house reconstruction with very specific wetland boundaries on that. We adopted those boundaries because they were effectively approved by you. Now we're moving the goalpost, so to speak, in wanting a different delineation, which I understand, but I'm not sure I agree with it. But he goes on to say, the other alternative, and Drew didn't speak to this tonight, the other alternative, and this is in his email, is to revise the mitigation plan to span the area of lawn. The area of lawn which is spongy between the toe of the slope and the seawall. So you have two options if you listen to what your staff is recommending. The delineation, which will show some line that I don't know how it affects this project for fixing a seawall, or we provide you with a new restoration buffer enhancement plan that would give you even more improvement to the buffer. So I think you need to take that into account. And also, I don't know that you need to have an outside consultant do the wetland delineation. We work with wetland scientists all the time. So why can't we just retain the services of a wetland scientist that we use, and if that's what you ultimately need us to do?
Thank you. Motion.
Okay, I didn't hear, that part of the second part of the email sounds very interesting. So it sounds like that you would go from well, we can't even see where the existing pool and and patio and wall around that pool is located. So it sounds like if that's shown on the plan, that you would provide mitigation from that wall all the way to the new seawall, that whole area?
Well, that's what I said in the beginning. We want to work out with your staff because we just learned about this by email yesterday. So we need to digest this, get authorization from the client. But I think we have a path forward that we can make this work. We just need to work out the details.
All right.
That sounds like a win, because if we can mitigate that whole area and just provide a path through to the dock and the stone steps, and that covers that whole area. I don't know what Dan and Drew, what their thoughts are based on what Drew said earlier,
Yeah, it's 6 of one, half dozen of the other. I mean, if the wetland delineation reveals what I believe where the line truly exists, which is at the toe of the bank, And that's why I offered up that alternative, that if they're willing to plant up to that area under the assumption that that's where the wetland line really does extend to, it's the same result either way. You can either, rest comfortable with the anticipation that the wetland delineation is further landward and that area should be mitigated, or just go ahead and require that mitigation in lieu of hiring a wetland expert. It's the same result either way.
Yeah, I think that's easier.
So just move for the continuance.
Yeah, move for the continuance and have a, revised planting plan and structure plan shown.
I'll say, I think that not doing the delineation is really not too needed here. Honestly, you have an isolated vegetated wetland right here. That water has to go somewhere. The lowest point of elevation's over here, so it's obviously gonna have to seep through here somewhere, so you're gonna have hydric soils somewhere in there. That's gonna happen. So if you are willing, if the client's willing, to plant all the way up to pretty much almost where the pool and retainment wall are, wherever that flat zone ends, I think that would be a benefit, and I think it might even be over the 930 square feet of what's being requested for the other
We're
order.
not committing to doing that. We need to understand better how this is gonna all work.
No, I understand that. I just want to make sure whatever happens here when we leave, you have a direction of bullets you need to hit. That's what I'm aiming
Sure,
for.
and I expect to work with you and Drew to try to come to a consensus on that as well.
Absolutely.
And that's why I offered up the delineation scenario, because we all want to be on the same page about where the wetland line is. And I'm sorry I left that out in my initial comments, but it was, provided that this, there's one of two ways to go about this. So I just wanted to give the commission the option, if you felt that a redelineation was necessary. The full understanding that there was a delineation accepted before, but conditions change, observations change, and we want to make sure that everything is accurate is really the bottom line, regardless of what was approved previously. So, if the commission feels comfortable with them working with us as staff to come up with an acceptable mitigation plan, I have zero problem with that.
Are we thinking also just about the wetland migration here when we think about sea level rise over time and really monitoring and maintaining the vegetation that's being planted so that it serves its purpose to stabilize the bank? Would a wetland delineation help in accounting for that habitat migration over time in selecting plants?
I think it would be helpful just to reveal where the line really is. I don't see any harm in that. But again, based on the topography of the site, when you've got that sloping topography going down to the flat area, it kind of makes sense, that it would probably coincide with the toe of the bank, the extent of the wetlands. So that's why I offered up, the either scenario, I guess, for you to consider.
I can't help but add one more comment. I just can't help but say this, and please don't it's not confrontational, it's just sort of confusion on my part. It seems as though because we want to fix the wall, we have to do a lot more restoration than if we didn't fix the wall. So if my client opted to just withdraw the application, there's no obligation to do any of this restoration. We're trying to work with you, and it seems as though we're getting, there's like some, punitive damages to trying to fix a wall that could collapse if nothing's done. There's already a plan on file for the house work that you approved with planting. There's already a delineation on a plan that you approved. We're coming in to try to fix a wall, and all of a sudden, all this other added requirement is being placed on the applicant.
Well, I would differ with your opinion, because what we're looking at is an area that was focused on as a result of what you presented for this bulkhead. And now we're looking at an additional 930 feet from the other project that needs to be reckoned with. So it's looking like we're piling a lot on, but all we're asking for is what you agreed to in the first order of conditions for mitigation, that missing 930 square feet. So what we're thinking is, we have a logical opportunity here to expand the buffer into an area that no doubt is hydric soils. So I don't agree with where you're coming from.
So is it
And
930 square feet we're talking about?
That's what I'm reading from the agent's comment. 930 feet was never completed for mitigation that was owed from the other project that we're
Right, I
going
mean,
to
that
be.
project's still ongoing, that's why.
Yes, you're
it's- yeah.
requesting later on tonight an extension on that, right?
So if what I'm hearing is basically provide the 930 square feet, then I think that's understood. But to completely restore the area to the toe of the bank to the seawall is, I believe, more than 930 square feet. So this is, where the confusion lies.
Okay, so let's move to the motion.
Okay, so, I'm gonna make a motion, this is for continuance?
Yes.
Okay. We need a date. All right, so, Mr. Chairman, I make a motion for 126 Waiting Place Road for continuance to, for the applicant to work out the planting mitigation plan for 930 square feet or additional mitigation, and to show on the plan the pool, patio, and walls from the previous order conditions, so, so this commission can see the interaction between the two projects.
Okay.
And the date for that will be?
So do we want September 12th or September 26th?
I don't think I want either. We need more time than that.
More time? Okay.
Yeah. I'm looking for a Thursday in October, because
So we got.
that's a lot.
Absolutely. We got October 10th and October 24th. Either one, you'll be the first one of the night.
I don't think it matters to me.
I'm gonna ask for the 24th.
Okay. So October 24th at 6:30.
All right, so it'll be the first hearing.
Yes.
Motion made. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Sandy. So we have a motion to continue October 24th, first hearing of the night. Any further discussion? I'm going to question the letter of the Division of Marine Fisheries. Is that in our packet?
Yep.
We have that, okay. 'Cause I wanted to take a look at that before we, not now, but before we come back. Yeah.
Before you vote, a clarification on the Division of Marine Fisheries letter, just for the record. Your local harbor master, your local Marine Resources Department, your local shellfish constable, all have no issues with the project. Division of Marine Fisheries often sits wherever they sit and make comments. They never come to these sites. There's no valuable land containing shellfish resource here. So the comments that they're making are in a vacuum, not coming to the site. You have qualified people in your town that know this area far better than the Division of Marine Fisheries does.
Right.
And they have no issues with this.
It is correspondence from the state, and I'm
Understood.
not going to ignore it.
Oh, I'm not saying that, but I want to be on the record for that.
You're on.
Thank you.
Okay. Motion made, seconded. Any further deliberation on the continuance?
Are we including the wetland redelineation, or is that a separate motion?
We are just taking a motion on the continuance, Sarah. There's,
Okay.
they're going to discuss this with staff and come back with a delineation that everybody is comfortable with and a mitigation plan that would include the 930 additional square feet from the other project.
Okey dokey.
And it doesn't concern your concern about salt marsh migration that's outlined in the Division of Marine Fisheries letter, I believe. That's why I was asking that question about the
Right.
letter. I want to review that letter again in the interim before we open this hearing up a third time, or fourth? Lost track. Fourth time. Third.
Third.
No, this is the third.
This is the third,
would
it'd be the fourth. Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
Okay? Any other questions? No? All right. Roll call vote. Steve?
Yes.
Richard?
Yes.
Sandy?
Yes.
Sarah?
Yes.
Marjorie?
Yes, sir.
And I vote yes as well. So we'll see you on the 24th.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Did we get that electronically, that letter? Is it just a paper
Just
copy?
paper copy. Yeah. Should be there in your, in your copy.
You talking to Cam?
Yeah,
I don't know if I can send that out right now, though, if you didn't get it.
yeah.
Yeah, I'll send it out right now.
I wanted to read this over. Okay. Now calling the 6:36 hearing for 119 Daniels Island Road and 15 Waterway, Roland Bates, New Seabury Homes LLC. This is a proposed construction and maintenance of a new single-family dwelling with pool, patio, detached garage, IA septic system, and associated hardscaping and landscaping. Representative group is BSC, owner of record, New Seabury Properties LLC. This is a notice of intent, DEP file number 433287. This project hearing is continued from 4/18, 5/9, 6/13, and 7/25. And the agent comments that I have before me state that they are requesting another continuance to September 12th at 6:39, requesting more time for revisions based on concerns of the house footprint size. There is no one here representing the applicant, I believe. No one online, but I'll ask for questions from the commission before I take a motion on the continuance request.
I would just note for the record that we asked them, I think it was 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, just for plans which they said they already had. So obviously, we don't want to deep six this, and the applicant's not here, so we will probably extend a courtesy, I'm guessing. To extend, but just seems like they are stretching out the courtesy of more than 3 continuations. Just a note for the record.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
Yeah, to kind of
Richard?
Marjorie's comment, I think last time they were here, the commission asked them to downsize the project. So I understand what Marjorie's saying, but should give them a little leeway to get what they need in order to come and present it to us again, so.
Yeah, I believe that the applicant was well aware that the commission was not happy with the scope of the project, the amount of fill that was being brought in. And I think I mentioned to the representative, the engineer, to do a cost-benefit analysis of where their breakoff point would be and to shrink the building and he tried to tease out from us how much we were looking for. That's not our job. Our job is to say, we'd like this thing to be smaller than what's being presented. And it's up to the applicant to come back and shrink it to whatever they can live with. And apparently, they're doing that, and they're not prepared to come before us tonight with a final footprint and whatever else they're gonna propose. It's a complicated process, I agree. But they're also well over the limit of what we all agreed upon in terms of continuances. This has gone on for quite some time, and there's a substantial amount of fill that's in the floodplain.
I understand, I guess, and again, I'm new to this, so I'm just trying to
Sure,
understand, like,
yep.
so we asked them to shrink the project. The project that they had in hand when they were last here, did that meet all, I guess, the professional standards, the bylaws? I know there were a couple gentlemen with, whatever, 60 years of experience installing and designing septics. So I guess I would refer to Drew and Dan, like, the project that they had, did it meet all the standards and bylaws in place to move forward?
Dan or Drew, would you like to comment on that for Richard?
So in regards to the fill, from my recollection of the last hearing where this was opened, they did provide, explanation as far as the zoning restrictions on fill and how it was necessary to achieve separation with the septic system, and then necessary grading and the mitigation based on, the construction and of the house. So I think they answered those questions as far as, why Phil was being brought in. It's up to the commission to determine if that was, sufficient justification, but they did address that. And now the most current concern was the overall, the size of the house. And I did inform the applicant, Nick Delanis, with New Seabury Properties, that just like you said, Paul, to come up with a kind of a threshold, if you will, of reduction of footprint that would still make the investment in a lot justifiable financially, which I know is not the commission's purview at all, but it was the request, from the last hearing, and they're simply asking for more time to figure that out in this continuance request.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, can I just say for the record,
Yes, go ahead.
just to respond to Drew and Richard's comments, this particular applicant has known for some time now of the consecutive hearings that they have been at, that we had a concern about the general size and the absence of any concrete information on the plan, architectural drawings, et cetera, et cetera. I just want to remind us all for the record that they said at that time, oh, we have that. And they were asked, well, why isn't it here? Well, because we didn't think that this commission had purview over that. And we had a general discussion about it really wasn't a clear definition of purview. It was a reflection of our concern about the sheer size of the building and the waterfront placement, and that there was everything but the house, which seemed insanely obvious that it should have been part of it. Anyway, my point is that they inferred that the plans were available anyway, and it would not be a big deal to get them to us, and apparently that's not the case. So, courtesy extension, great, I'm for it. I just want to say that I believe they're pushing it in terms of doing extensions and extensions. I believe they had these plans 6 months ago. So we should be able to ask for it and not have the long wait and the extensions and the proposal. So what do we do now? Come back in September?
So let me see if there's other questions or comments before we vote on the continuance. Anyone else? Sandy?
No, I just wonder, is there any way that, not really denying it, but send them away until they have everything that we, that all the plans are correct and whatnot, and then come back without us keep having to continue it,
If
without prejudice,
If
so
you were
that,
to vote for this continuance request moving to September 12th, I think we can instruct the agents to tell them that this is the last
okay,
request that we'll accept for this particular notice.
yeah, Okay.
You have to draw the line somewhere, and
Right.
that would be it. And we'll vote on the project as presented.
okay.
Yeah, 100% agreed. Just for clarity, the previous request for more information centered on a landscape plan, it didn't really, the issue of the house size was brought up at the last hearing.
Right.
Prior to that, it was the absence of a landscape plan, so I just want to clarify that. There was no specific request for a reduction of house footprint until the last hearing. The hearing before that was a request for a landscape plan, so just wanted to clarify that.
But Drew, when that discussion happened for the landscape plan, I think the assumption was made, at least speaking only for myself, that there was architectural rendering, drawing, floor plan, something to back that up. And it wasn't until we asked and were told, no, we don't have that because that's not what we expected in front of the Conservation Commission. At least for me, again, can only speak for myself. It came as a surprise to me that we had to get back to the landscaping, and you're absolutely correct. The landscaping was, where is it? How come we don't have it? But that then led to, you're kidding me, you don't have the drawings either. Yeah. And the drawings could have been sent the next day. I
No,
mean,
I agree.
they're pretty far along on this
Yeah.
project for us to have to wait, really, 24, 48 hours. They should have just had them all ready and sent them over.
Yeah, it
No, I don't
seems,
disagree.
it was
But-
very
but you have
vague,
to
everything
review
from the
them
beginning.
At your meeting too, so, you know, you have to deliberate over that at a scheduled meeting. We can't just send it and then deliberate it over email, so,
I
you know,
understand.
there's a schedule, yeah. But I get it, Marjorie, I understand completely.
Okay, great, thanks.
So,
Okay.
I missed the July 25th hearing, but I was here for the June 13th hearing. And there was a whole laundry list on the June 13th hearing that we requested. Did they provide everything on it? Because one of them was a landscape plan, what's the groundwater level, septic cross-section, missing dewatering location, and then what about the ZBA regulation for no fill in the flood zone? So those were some of the items on the laundry list for June
And I
13th,
don't believe everything was provided.
just a few of them.
Yeah, landscape plan was not.
Yeah.
I can say that for certain.
Is the applicant aware of everything on the laundry list that they would come back on September 12th on everything that we asked for?
Yeah,
Yeah.
they've been made aware, so,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, you know, you should make it part of the motion for a continuance that this is the last continuance you're willing to
Yeah.
grant.
Okay.
Yeah,
Great, thank you.
sure.
Anything else before I call for a vote?
I had a comment that the plans that were submitted, again, it looks like maybe they haven't been changed, but this is still a 6-bedroom, 6,000 square foot house on an undeveloped, naturally vegetated lot right on the water. And so it absolutely does not meet our current regulations. They did submit, if memory serves, 3 waiver requests for relief from our existing regulations, but that, my understanding is that means that it is on the shoulders of this commission to determine whether or not we grant those waiver requests, if there's a compelling need and if it meets the waiver request requirements that are outlined in Chapter 172. So I just, that is front and center for me for this project. So I just wanted to put that in front of the rest of my fellow commissioners to keep in mind as well.
Okay, thank you.
Good point.
Thank you. Okay, no other questions or comments? Then I'll take a roll call vote on the continuance.
No, we haven't made a motion,
I
have we?
thought we had that on the table, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yes. Okay, Mr. Chairman, make a motion for 119 Daniels Island Road and 15 Waterway for a continuance to September 12th at
6:39.
6:39 PM. That this will be the last continuance, and then all items that were requested in the June 13th and the July 25th hearings be provided, so the commission could take a final vote.
Okay. Is there a second?
second,
Couple of seconds on that one. Okay. So, now I'll ask for final comments. Hearing none, then I'll take a vote. Steve?
Yes.
Richard?
Yes.
Sandy?
yes.
Sarah?
Yes.
And Marjorie?
Yes,
And I vote yes as well. So that'll be continued to 9/12. Making note of the conditions that we put on that request.
Yes, well, we're gonna email them.
Thanks.
Moving along. 6:39 hearing for 19 Aquay Bay Road, Krasen Dragunov, trustee, 19 Aquay Bay Realty Trust. This is a proposed extension of an existing dock. The representative is Cape and Islands Engineering. This hearing is continued from August 8th. The notice of intent, DEP file number 433305. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Again, Mark Dibb with Cape and Islands Engineering. So at the previous hearing, we did present this pier extension project. There were a number of comments from the commission staff, as well as we had just received a DMF letter a couple days before the hearing, I believe. So we did revise the plan, and I did submit a summary letter of the main revisions. Just going to go through those real quick and then go back to you guys for any additional questions. One of the DMF comments was the height and width ratio over salt marsh. Their typical recommendation is that essentially that a 4-foot wide pier, they recommend it be 6 feet over the salt marsh. The existing part of this pier is what spans the salt marsh. In lieu of completely demolishing and raising that in height, we're proposing to replace the existing timber decking with through flow decking for that existing portion of the pier, basically from the last set of steps all the way across the salt marsh. We believe that will better, with less impact, reduce shading and just a significant improvement to both the existing pier as well as the extended pier will also have through flow decking. Originally, the original proposal was to match what was existing, but based on recommendations, I think both from Drew and DMF, we've agreed to replace all the decking from that bottom set of stairs out. A comment regarding the piles being completely removed. The 4 existing, they're actually 6-inch pipes, definitely would be completely removed off the existing float. A DMF comment regarding recommending that the float stops be at a 2.5-foot clearance. Couple items regarding that. Again, the existing float is almost in no water at all at mean low water. You can see it's between 0 and 0.3 feet of water where the existing float is. So the main intention and goal of this project is for both environmentally and for the user is to get out to deeper water. Even as we've shown it, there's also an aerial up in the corner with the extension. At this point, we can't go any further out, then we'll start impacting navigation for the other users of the other piers. We're still at between 1.2 and 1.3, 1.4 feet of water. So if we were to have float stops up to 2.5 feet of clearance, this dock would hang in the air about 80% of the time. So we're actually requesting a couple things. One, that 18 inches be allowed instead of 30 inches. As well, we had originally proposed to increase the area of the float up to 200 square feet. We've changed that to just the proposed float is the same size as the existing float. So we feel that based on the improved water depth, the just reusing or at least reusing the same size float, I think the float may be upgraded to a new, better material. We believe the 18-inch float stops would be better for this project. There was questions, number 4 or number 5, if I can number correctly, regarding the boat sizes. The applicant has an existing 15-foot, 12-inch draft boat, and I think we did mention they were looking for a catamaran-style boat with a 14-inch draft. So you'll see that slight angle on the pier is intended to get to that 1.2, 1.3 depth, where a 14-inch draft would not hit the bottom even at mean low water. So we would request, if this were to be approved, and if you did even put a condition on draft, that a 14-inch draft be allowed. In summary, I mean, the existing, like I said, the existing float is in almost no water. A boat would have to traverse into that low water area, together with the extension to the deeper water. the through flow decking, just maintaining the existing size float, as well as feedback from both Shellfish and Harbor Master. I believe neither have an issue, even with this angle, for navigation purposes or shellfish purposes. We believe the project is an improvement for the property and are seeking a notice, order of conditions. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Okay, thank you. Questions from commissioners based on this new information?
Hi, Mark. I have a question.
Okay, Sarah?
And forgive me, I don't see it in the packet. Do we have the letter from the harbor master about the proposed new boat size and confirmation from the Shellfish Constable that the proposed revisions would be amenable? Especially the through flow decking at the existing height over the salt marsh?
Sarah, we do have a letter in the paper packets here at Town Hall from the Shellfish Constable, and we also have one from the Harbor Master. So I don't believe those went out electronically, but we do have them here. Would you like me to read them?
That'd be great, yeah. How do they look?
The Shellfish Constable says, having reviewed the most recent application for an extension of an existing permitted dock, the dock extension will not warrant a shellfish mitigation fee. The Harbor Master states, I have no navigational or abutting concerns regarding the above referenced NOI, and he's referring to the hearing that we are on, 19 Aquay Bay Road.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Yep. Other questions, concerns?
Yeah, Mark, on the cross bracing and the decking on the proposed, which matches up on the cross section to the height of the existing pier, what's the elevation on that? I'm
We
looking
didn't label it per se. It would be, just trying to look at my, you know, the section is to scale. We can, it looks like approximately that remaining from the existing pier comes down some steps, goes out a ways, has a slope in it, you can see in that section, and then we're maintaining that existing grade of it's approximately between elevation 6 and 7. I mean, eventually, well, it's the new extended part is over land under ocean. We're already beyond the salt marsh.
Right.
So,
you know, if you know, this
By
is
the time
elevation 0 when it comes, when it comes across.
yeah, by the time you get to the
existing,
end,
and that's right where the new starts. I'm just saying, okay, is that elevation 4, 5, 6?
It's at the same as the last two section of existing, which is approximately 6.
6, okay.
Yeah. So.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay. Other questions? Nothing from Sandy. Richard, any questions? Marjorie, do you have any questions? Maybe she didn't hear me. She's muted. Oh,
Sorry, I'm good. I'm good, Paul, thank you.
you're good, okay. Mark, I'm going to ask, I'm looking at the float, and the deepest sounding that I see is 1.3, correct?
Correct.
All right, and you're proposing, the applicant currently has a 15-foot boat with a 12-inch draft and has a desire to move to as much as 14-foot draft on a larger boat, correct?
14-inch, yeah, so 1 point.
And these soundings, these are all done at mean low tide?
Correct.
So theoretically, we could have water that's more shallow than that. you know, for
It's
spring
possible,
tides. and-
yep.
Yeah. So I'd be concerned, because it's such a close call, that anything larger than what is currently at this dock with the 12-inch draft, I think once you get up to a 14-inch draft, you're gonna be bouncing off the bottom. Don't you think? I mean, I see the numbers and it would be great if they just stayed like that, but they're not going to. I mean, we're going to have excessively higher tides, which is great, but we're also gonna have excessive lower tides. So I can see that if we approve this exactly the way it is, that oftentimes, considering the way the tides have been, this boat's gonna be bouncing off the bottom. Even with the float stops that are set at, what did you have here?
18 inches.
Yeah, I'd have to confer with my client on that. You know, I'd hate to, I believe, you know, that's what my client is requesting,
Yeah.
that
Yep.
it be allowed. I'd hate to have him back out of this whole thing and be driving his 12-inch draft boat into the 0 feet of water too, so.
Right.
Yes,
Just
I agree,
unfortunately,
because
the
it can
water's just not
fluctuate.
very deep, even when you stretch out that far. I mean, how
Yeah.
far we're going out over 300 and some odd feet, right?
141 feet.
It's
Well-
139 additional proposed new pier added
Yeah.
on to the existing one, which is 130, right?
Yeah, from mean high water, it's 177 feet.
Yeah.
so,
Yeah, I mean, it's a tremendous reach to get some deep water, and unfortunately, there's no deep water to be had. Even if you went out further, it's even more shallow.
I mean, the boat, I don't know if a
Yeah.
restriction on seasons could happen, but I mean, it's gonna be a boat that's being used from May to August or September, so. Yeah, I mean, they obviously, to protect their boat, I don't think they'd be moving it around at an extreme low tide, so, and it actually might have a footprint being a catamaran. I don't know if the, you know, if the actual boat itself is touching the ground, if the footprint is actually maybe even a little bit less than a similar single hull boat. But, you know, I, again, believe it's a significant upgrade, and that is a condition they are seeking.
Yep. Okay. Any comments from agents, Jan or Drew?
No other comments. I do agree that, you know, all things considered, it's an upgrade from the current existing float, which rests almost on the bottom currently. So, you know, I'll be honest, you know, in trying to, and I completely respect and understand your comments, Paul, in regard to, you know, the draft of the catamaran. But I think at the same time, it's a good incentive for the property owner and the owner of the boat to not have that, you know, situation come about when they're navigating in and out of the dock at exceptionally low tides. To try and police something like that is difficult, but not impossible. And we could certainly add a condition in the order just to make it a legal, you know, recognition that disturbing the underlying sediments, you know, from engine draft is, you know, prohibited. So that can certainly be a condition in the order, but, you know, realistically trying to enforce that with the number of docks in town and the number of boats, you know, is questionable, but we'll do our best.
Yep. Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Dan, anything you want to add?
No, I think we all can agree that this definitely needs some kind of float stops when it comes down to it because of the shallowness, not just for the boat issue, but also for the float, just not having any chance of resting on the bottom. When it comes to shellfish areas, I agree this is not the best shellfishing zone. And when it comes to winter flounder habitat as well, if this is a winter flounder habitat area and they're actually coming in, I don't feel that this dock is going to have any significant impact on them. I think they'll still be able to conduct their business. So So yeah, I think conditioning this would be the best option, especially when it comes down to the boat concerns, because that is a legit concern. If they're going to be kicking up the bottom, that's going to harm habitat for especially winter flounder. So that should be conditioned if this is going to be approved tonight. Yeah.
Okay. Questions or comments from the public? Yes, ma'am. If you would come up, please, and give us your name for the record.
Point of order, just so you know.
Yeah, thank you, just so I know. We're at 15? Okay.
Carolyn Anderson, I live on Aquay Bay Road, and I own a right-of-way off the Rotary into that same waterway. And I just want to know that if I decided in the future, or my heirs decided that they would like to put in a dock, that this length wouldn't preclude me from having a dock there. So,
Okay.
I don't know how that.
I'm not too sure. It would definitely be site-specific, and I'm just not too sure. We don't have information on it at this point.
I just felt lengthening that dock, it might go right in front of the Rotary, and you wouldn't be able to put another dock in there.
So your concern is future docks, not
Yes.
existing?
So you're talking like in this area here?
Yeah, right off that Rotary, I have a right-of-way that goes right into that waterway.
Okay. Okay.
Dan, do you have a slide on that?
No, I was not even aware that there was. Does the right-of-way go through this property?
It goes off the Rotary into the water.
Into the water down here? Okay. Okay, no, I don't have any information or slides on that, no. But if that were the case, and you do have an easement down there, and if there was a pathway to get a dock on that parcel, even though there's no dwelling or house there,
Right.
then that could possibly at the time, even if this project is approved, that could be figured out and hashed out at the time. You know, you'd have to have an engineer or a consultant
Right, oh, I
as well.
realized to put
Yeah.
one in, I'd need an engineer, but I just thought lengthening this dock many feet might go right in front of that area.
I
I
see what
don't
you're
know
saying,
how
yeah.
many feet are there, so I
Yeah.
was just,
I don't want to say yes or no, but when it comes to dock configuration, things can definitely be figured out when,
Okay.
you know, it might not be a straight shot.
Yep.
You know what I mean? But it could still be an option to get out there.
keeping in mind there's another dock to the left of that.
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
So,
As a follow-up question, Mark, you might have the answer for this, to her concerns. What is the maximum distance allowed between docks? Do you have that? If she had a right-of-way that was coming off of that circle, and she wanted to get between the dock that's being proposed and the one that's over there on the right, would there be enough room?
You mean the
There's
minimum
existing 93 feet between the two.
Between the two?
Even if one split the difference, of that, right where, if you go to
Right.
the other, the detail plan, right where the number 93 is, I don't know if you can see it between,
Right.
you
between
know,
that one.
I think 50 feet in between 93 divided by 2, 45 feet
comfortable,
is,
right.
is still pretty comfortable. I mean, there's a lot of docks a lot closer to that than that in Massachusetts or in Mashpee. Since our surveyors and survey does not pick up a right-of-way, it must be on either lot 10 or the next one over, which we
Right.
typically would not show a right-of-way on a different property. And,
Yeah,
a right-of-way alone usually does not give, someone rights to build a dock. It's even difficult to build a dock on a vacant lot that has tons of waterfront. You need special permits and things like that. But either way, I feel comfortable that the harbor master would think that a 45-foot separation, if it were to come up right in between there, would be adequate for navigation. That's just my opinion.
Any other questions from the public?
Just add a comment.
Yes, Richard?
The way the docks are configured now, obviously you're driving straight in, you're not turning your boat, so even if that dock went smack middle of that 93 feet, you're driving straight in, so it's not, you don't need any more to turn. It's navigationally, you could do it very
Just straight
easily.
in, straight out, right? Well, just want to make sure that we addressed her concerns. Okay, no further questions, I would accept a motion.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to close an issue for 19 Aquay Bay Road with the following conditions. Require flow-through decking along the entire stretch of the fixed pier, existing and proposed. Float size to be no larger than the existing float with float stops at 18 inches. Maximum draft for any vessel to be moored there would be 12 inches. And provide status of existing Chapter 91 license and copy of existing recorded license to agents.
And the float stops, what was the distance on those?
18 inches on the float stops.
On the float stops, 18.
Yeah, and the float size no larger than what's there now, so.
Okay.
Do we consider also conditioning the seasonality of the installation of the pilings with deference to winter flounder?
Yes, I believe that's in the letter from the Division of Marine Fisheries, correct?
Okay, so we don't need to condition this, or we would just condition that we follow their recommendations?
Yeah,
Yeah, we can add that specific condition into the order too, time of year restriction. Yeah,
Great,
yeah,
thank you.
sure.
Okay. Anything else, Steve? Is that it?
That's it.
Okay, motion made. Is there a second? Second by Richard. Okay, motion made and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I will take a vote. Steve?
Yes.
Richard?
Yes.
Sandy?
Yes.
Sarah?
Yes.
Marjorie?
Yes,
And I vote yes as well. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I will be taking my leave in about 5 minutes, if it should happen during the next discussion, so I don't want to interrupt that.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, you're going to recuse on.
Are you good?
I'm just making sure, because I know Steve has to recuse on another hearing, but I think we're still good.
Yeah, it's still
Sarah.
4.
1, 2, 3, 4,
Good, as long as
Yeah,
it's
we're good. Thank you,
You
Marjorie.
have a form? Good.
Yeah,
Thank you for the courtesy, appreciate it.
you're welcome. Now calling the 642 hearing for 75 Pompanesett Island Road, Matthew David Hudson and Carol Marie Hudson. This is a proposed construction of additions to a single-family dwelling, including a patio with a second-level deck, access stairs, and a rinse station. Representative is Cape and Islands Engineering. This is continued from August 8th. Notice of intent, file number 433306. Good evening again.
Good evening, Mark Day with Cape and Islands Engineering. So we opened the hearing at the last meeting. The proposal is for a patio, for a screened-in porch, as well as deck access stairs from an existing deck, that first floor deck that does not have any deck access stairs. On last week, the plan you have up on the screen, we submitted on Friday prior to your submittal deadline, which was a recalculation of mitigation. We had taken some credit for, there's a gravel path that ran from the shed over to the dock. We had taken credit for that to be removed per your mitigation table. We were suggested that that was not appropriate for this project. So this was a recalculation of that mitigation. It also included a reduction of the patio by just a couple feet at this juncture in order to reduce the amount of proposed mitigation. Since we submitted that, we also had some additional feedback from staff related to there was a previous filing back in 2003 that had a previous limit of work, as well as some of the areas that were now showing as mitigation in some of the lawn. It showed that those were existing vegetation areas. And by reviewing that plan and this new plan, staff believed that there had been some clearing over time and creation of lawn. So we, at that point, kind of went back to the drawing board, considering those historic plans. And to note, my client has only had the property for 3 years, so he was not aware of this. But anyways, while working with staff, I know you do not appreciate plans at the last minute, but we've worked through, and obviously if you need additional time to review these, but I'm going to hand these in.
Thank you.
I believe this is the one, Mark?
Yes. So now what we've done is further reduce the patio. Basically, the patio in front of the addition is just wide enough to get by to connect the driveway side over to the dock side. As well, there is an expanded area next to the addition, just enough to have 4 seats there. What we did, instead of where that previous limit of work was, which kind of comes through the corner of the house, through the shed, we're basically proposing additional mitigation throughout most of this backyard area, as well as just a 4-foot strip from the patio, along the patio, to keep the vegetation back. And my client did ask if he could do a 3-foot landscape strip before the mitigation, just to to blend the areas together. And the resulting, if this project were proposed without that historical aspects, we're proposing over 500 more square feet of mitigation of what this would normally trigger. We feel it's a major reduction of lawn area, major increase in buffer zone, achieves the goal of the client, greatly reduces lawn area, and I think we believe it's a compromise from a plan that was never put into place. That plan actually had a large pool proposed back here. Apparently the owner at the time was not able to do that, and it was approved at the time. So we just, in general, feel that the project is a net improvement for the property, the environment. We did supply a waiver request from setback, identified the need for the screened-in porch for a couple reasons. There's some odd roof lines and drainage issues. We supplied some pictures of what the current condition is, as well as a health issue for the owner, is why a screened-in porch is being requested. A need for the stair access from a first floor relatively high deck that doesn't have stairs down. Just feel it's important for safety reasons to have a way to get off that deck. So overall, those needs compiled with the improvements to the area based on these buffers added, all the vegetation added, we feel it's a net improvement for the property. I did submit a letter. There was comments about runoff. We would add drainage for both the new covered porch area and the patio and the rinse station via underground chambers, 8 chambers in that area shown on the plan. I've covered the mitigation. The existing small little wing wall under the steps is proposed just to remain as is. And tree mitigation, we are showing 4 trees to replace the 2 proposed to be removed. Actually, I think we're only proposing to remove the 1 24-inch tree that's also partially overhanging the house, and we provide some pictures on that. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mark. Questions from commissioners?
Okay, I'm fine with accepting this plan because the changes are somewhat minor, but they're better changes, so I have no problem with accepting this plan as Mark submitted tonight. I think it's a well-designed plan, and it handles and covers all our issues that we had at the last hearing.
Okay.
Yeah,
You see
definitely.
up there the difference?
Yeah.
That's the difference from the original to the current one you have in
Yeah.
front of you.
Oh, yeah, quite. So, so I'm fine accepting this plan as submitted tonight. So.
Okay. Other questions or comments? Nothing,
I
Richard?
don't
Oh,
think that I have access to the new plan. The one that I have in the packet was dated August 16th. And Mark, I think that was the one you were referring to meet the administrative deadline. But I would like to request that, especially since we have 2 other commissioners that are absent, that we would have a continuance to review the revised plans, just so we can exercise our due diligence.
yeah, that would be 3 commissioners that are out of the loop.
Yeah, but the plan is on the screen right now, so
Right.
Sarah can see that plan, right?
It's not on the screen for me, Steve.
Oh.
I just see Paul.
Can you show that, Dan?
That's not me. I don't do the Mashpee, that's the Mashpee TV guys.
Oh,
I don't-
Oh,
okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
But I still would like to see it where I can manipulate it and look closely and take a peek at it. And then we do have 2 commissioners that are absent, so.
right. Okay. Other questions or comments? Sandy, you all set?
Yep.
And Marjorie's out, so that covers commissioners. Dan, any questions or comments that you would like to add, or Drew?
No, with the increase in mitigation and restoration and all of that that is being covered, I feel this will be a much better situation, as well as with the reduction of the hardscape. Not a small amount either, so that's gonna be good as well. So I just think that this will be a better off situation for the area, as well as you can see a lot of the restoration and mitigation is gonna be along Taffrell Way, which can be a main road, so you always worry about runoff from there, because not all these areas have the best stormwater management systems, if they do have them at all, for these private roads. So yeah, so I think this is good. I think the reduction in hardscape and the increase in plant life is a benefit. The only thing I would recommend is for the lawn, obviously Regulation 31, but I know micro clover has been in consideration from now on, not from now on, but for the past couple ones, so that might be a condition as well that can be applied to this.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think that with understanding Sarah's concerns about having more time to review the plan, but the plan does reduce the hardscaping and increase the mitigation. But whatever the commission decides as a whole, as far as whether you feel comfortable with the plan presented or request a continuance to examine the plan more closely, is entirely up to you.
Okay. Comments or questions from the public? None, okay. As chair, I understand and I hear Sarah's concerns, not only hers, but the fact that Commissioner Clapproot is not with us, nor is Commissioner Zolo. We do have a quorum of voting commissioners, but we are looking at documents that literally were handed to us as the hearing was opened, and we do have guidelines for submission. So I will accept whatever motions come forward, but I tend to agree with Sarah that she's entitled to pore over this plan a little bit closer. I agree with Steve. I think the plan has certainly improved from what we've last seen, because I have the benefit of looking at what was just handed to us, but these other 3 commissioners do not. So that's how I feel. So with that, I would accept a motion. Or from,
I'd like to continue.
you'd like to,
Yeah, no, we understand. We've had back and forth with staff over the last 3 days.
Right.
We do appreciate being able to present it tonight, but, you know, I also understand it's not your, you know, you have a Friday at noon deadline, and we, as a firm, we meet that, so I'd like to just request a continuance to the 12th.
there's a reason for deadlines, and I'm glad you agree.
September 12th at 6:48.
Okay. So, I'll accept the motion.
Mr. Chairman, make a motion to continue 75 Papaneset Island Road to September 12th at 6:48. Is that what you said, Dan? Correct. Yeah.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Sandy. Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Hearing none. Steve?
Yes.
Richard?
Yes.
Sandy?
Yes.
Sarah?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. Thank you. Substantial improvement. It would have been nice to get it in so everybody could see it. $575. I want to make sure I keep this all in the right spot. Okay. Now calling the 6:45 hearing for 25 Riverside Road, Carrie Oliver. This is a proposed raise of one of the existing single-family dwellings and construction of a new single-family dwelling with decrease in overall footprint, septic system upgrade, and associated appurtenances. The representative is Cape and Islands Engineering, owner of record Carl F. and Carol A. Oliver trustees, the 25 Riverside Road Realty Trust. This is a notice of intent, DEP file number 433308. And we do have a request for a continuance to September 12th. Apparently, there's a wetland violation on the property that was discovered by staff during site visits and inspections. So if there are questions from commissioners on the request, this would be the time.
Is it possible to learn more about the wetland violation, or is that?
Sure, we can.
Absolutely.
You can have the agents chime in.
So I went on an on-site inspection, and I was seeing some Spartina grass growing out of, I'll call it crabgrass, just for lack of ID in it. And that kind of caught my attention, and the ground was super inundated with water. I know I'm a big dude, but I'm not that big. And when I looked all around at other abutting properties and the properties next to them, it was blatantly obvious that they had been mowing the salt marsh for, couldn't tell you. But the fact of the matter is, it's mowed all the way to the water, to the point where the salt marsh in one area has dissipated to the point where it's kind of just a coastal beach, where it should not be.
Yeah, I saw that.
Quite honestly. I do not have the pictures because it was continued. But that is the reasoning for that, and as well as there was a neighbor who we're going to be having conversations with to make sure that their salt marsh is brought back. If you do an on-site, look at the water when you go down to it and look to your left, you'll see two house lots down. The salt marsh is about 18 inches tall, pretty much up to the front door of the house, where the salt marsh in this lot and the abutting lot is pretty much at the water line. So you have a good 30-foot, 40-foot difference there. So that is substantial, and that needs to be rectified before any permit is even entertained by the commission.
Yeah, and we compared GIS images from 2023 to 2024, and noticed that there had been some manipulation, possible fill brought in, an expansion of lawn into what is delineated as salt marsh. So there's a lot to vet through to gain compliance in this situation. and we feel, and we're sure the commissioners agree, that they should not move forward with this latest proposal until this current situation is, sussed out and figured out what the best way to, gain compliance. It could possibly result in, a revised proposal to incorporate, mitigation for this violation, but that remains to be seen. But that's the reason they're requesting a continuance.
Okay. Any other questions?
Good catch.
Okay. All right, so we have a motion made and second. What was the date and time on that?
No, we didn't.
We didn't. We
Didn't make a
just
motion.
have, we have staff's date of September.
September 12th at 6:45.
6:45.
We didn't make a motion on
No,
that?
I just wanted to get the time and the
Okay.
date. I
All right.
didn't write that down.
Okay, so I make a motion for 25 Riverside Drive for continuance to, you said September 12th at
6:45?
6:45.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion on the continuance? Hearing none. Steve?
Yes.
Richard?
Yes.
Sandy?
Yes.
Sarah?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. So continue that to the 12th. Okay. Now calling the 6:48 hearing for 1 Mute Swan Circle, John W. Cumming, trustee, the Cumming Family GST Non-Exempt Trust. Proposed construction of a single-family dwelling, including porches and deck, hardscaping, landscaping, utilities, and appurtenances. The representative is Baxter Nye Engineering and Surveying. This is an amended order of conditions, DEP file number 433024. Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening. Hope you're all doing well. For the record, Matthew Eddy, professional engineer with Baxter Nye Engineering and Surveying. With me to my right is Tyler Franklin, attorney with Rubin and Redmond. Representing John Cumming, trustee as applicant and owner for the project filed to you before you tonight. This filing is for an amendment request to an existing order of conditions. This amendment provides the design detail for a new 5-bedroom home in Willow Bend at 1 Moot Swan Circle. Just a little quick permit history on this. This does have a current active order of conditions, which is valid until November 24, 2026. The existing order of conditions approved and provided confirmation of the wetland resource areas, a building envelope and the limit of work area, vista pruning. It also included construction and maintenance, ongoing maintenance of a stormwater system that was proposed around Simon's Narrow Road cul-de-sac as part of the project. And then there was also an amendment to it previously to add the removal of phragmites along the shoreline of the property. This existing order of conditions was approved prior to the Mashpee bylaw amendment in 2023, so that the jurisdictional buffer for this project is 100 feet. And the site location, again, is 1 Moot Swan Circle. It's a small cul-de-sac off of Shoestring Bay Road. The lot area is approximately 0.66 acres. And this, of note, is just, this is the last undeveloped lot in Willow Bend along Shoestring Bay. The plan that you're seeing up there that Dan has on the screen, and I'll just point to real quick, this is the original approved plan from the original order of conditions, which was done in 2019. And I'm going to point at this screen because it's a little bit hard for me to see, and I'll be able to do it to the other one as well. But that right there, that's the existing limit of work that was approved as part of this order of conditions. And then you can see that note there defines this area as the house development envelope. So over here, that's the limit of work that's approved, and that right there defines that area as the house development envelope. So with that, the site features on the subject parcel, it's currently undeveloped and a wooded lot. Again, as I said, it's the last vacant lot in Willow Bend on Shoestring Bay Road, I should say. The wetland resources included on this lot include coastal bank and its buffer. The coastal bank line is, again, I'm going to do it over here and then I'll transfer over. It's right there. So the coastal bank line is right there. You then have, we also have land subject to coastal storm flowage, which is elevation 12, which is down here. Again, over here. And then, which is not shown on this plan, but it is shown on our plans that we submitted, there is the very outer edge of the eastern part of the lot, the 100-foot buffer to the BVW clips the corner of this lot right about here. This is BVW out here, and there's salt marsh delineated out here as well. Again, on this screen here, where are we here? BVW and salt marsh out here. So with that, Dan, if you could could you go to the plan set of mine that we submitted? There's a three-sheet set.
Which one was that, Matt?
Yeah, it's not that. There's the plan set that everybody has in front of them. You should have that in PDF as well, no?
Yeah, I thought, I was just looking at it today, too. Oh, there we go.
There you go.
I was gonna say, I was just looking at it.
So just real quick, I'll just kind of point, you'll see the 100-foot buffer to the,
Yeah, I was gonna zoom in.
to the BVW is just down here, right along here, just barely clipping the corner of the lot. So with that, if you could go to the next sheet, Dan, for me, please, sheet 2.0, there you go, and this is the proposed site plan. So what is being proposed, this is one at Willow Bend where, again, you got the existing order of conditions that provided for the generic development envelope and limit of work. This plan now provides the construction detail within that limit of work. We have followed the approved limit of work, and we've actually tightened up the limit of work slightly as well. Again, along here, that was the approved limit of work. We've actually brought the limit of work upslope a little bit to here, and also tightened it up over here. Again, on this screen here, limit of work along here. Down here, we've tightened it up to there, and we've tightened up the limit of work there as well. So a little bit less area being disturbed under these design detail plans. So again, it's a new 5-bedroom home in Willow Bend. Has a footprint of the house, including the garage, of approximately 2,700 square feet. Within Willow Bend, as you may be aware, that has to follow this Willow Bend Covenants and Architectural Review Committee requirements. There's minimum design standards for the houses. This follows those requirements. The first floor living space is approximately 2,200 square feet. The second floor is approximately 2,100 square feet, so it's about 4,300 square feet in living space. As I pointed out, we have reduced the limit of work from the approved plan. The majority of the house falls between the 50 to the 100-foot buffer. Here's the 50-foot buffer and the 100-foot buffer, and that's to the buffer to the coastal bank. The only jurisdictional area impacted by this project is the 50 to 100-foot buffer to the coastal bank. There is no coastal bank disturbed, just again the outer buffer area. Of note, the project is over 200 feet away. The limit of work is over 200 feet away from the salt marsh, and it's about 195 feet away from the BVW. So well outside, even the 150-foot buffer that you use under the current bylaw. As far as utilities, this is connected to the Willow Bend wastewater treatment plant, so it is on public sewer. There is no septic system, so there'll be no wastewater discharge on this lot. We have provided the nitrogen loading calculations per your regulation 30, and the total nitrogen on this lot is actually less than 1 milligram per liter, and that's because you don't have the septic system again. So very, very little nitrogen generated by the project. We've also provided for dry wells for roof runoff, direct roof runoff. We've also provided for a dry well here that is in a small sump in the yard that will pick up runoff coming off of the driveway and intercept and infiltrate that directly as well. Then for mitigation for this project, as part of the original order of conditions, there was actually a significant mitigation provided, which was part of the approval on that prior plan that Dan had up for the, the development envelope and limit of work that was approved. Those mitigation aspects include removal of phragmites over about 13,000 square feet of removal of phragmite along the waterfront area to that lot. That process has been ongoing for the past few years. Again, the original order was 2019, so that work has been going and is ongoing. Obviously, with the removal of the phragmites, that's a significant benefit to the existing resource areas, the salt marsh and the BBW. And it actually, that process will help rejuvenate the degraded resource areas from those phragmites previously. Additionally, on that plan, the original plan that Dan had up, there's the cul-de-sac that's down here on Simon's Narrow Road, the existing cul-de-sac. As part of that original approval in the order, there is along both edges here and here, there are water quality, stormwater management forebays that were proposed and have been constructed. That intercepts the existing road runoff from Simon's Narrow Road, allows it to, the water to be pre-treated for sediment and particulate removal and infiltration prior to discharging into Shoestring Bay. And again, those are significant, benefits to the resource area. And I would say it actually, will result in an improved environmental system along the salt marsh and BBW. Then additional, just for within the work being proposed here, the areas of graded slope here and over here, those are all will be replanted with buffer plantings off of the cooperative list to revegetate those areas that are disturbed during construction. And then as far as regulatory compliance and performance standards, again, in the coastal bank, there is 0 square foot or lineal foot alteration of the coastal bank. Again, it's just the outer buffer, 50 to 100 feet. The coastal bank here is not a sediment source. It's simply to provide for storm damage prevention and flood control. That is not affected by this project. And then as I just noted, the area will all be stabilized, obviously, so that there'll be no erosion at the completion of this project. There is no work proposed in land subject to coastal storm flowage. Again, the flood plan is down here. It's at elevation 12. The site here for the house is at least 13 feet above that flood elevation, so again, well above and outside of the floodplain. As I noted also, bordering vegetated wetlands, again, no impact there. We're almost 200 feet away from both the BBW and the salt marsh. Your nitrogen loading standards, as I noted, the 1 milligram per liter less than for the nitrogen load calculation, and then also your lawn standards. 10% of the jurisdictional area is approximately 1,700 square feet. There is approximately 1,320 square feet of lawn area proposed within the jurisdictional area, so we are well under that 10% threshold. We've also have notes on the face of the plan that identify the lawn type and fertilizer requirements under your regulation 31, so those are noted on the plan as well. So with that, I believe that this meets the performance standards and regulations of the bylaw, and we believe it's eligible for the amended order of conditions, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have. Thank you.
Thank you. Tyler, did you want to speak now, or?
No, I'm all set. I mean, if a legal issue comes up, I can speak to it,
Right,
but
we
for
have your
now.
letter, so.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so I'll turn it over to commissioners first for questions that they may have.
Okay, so, Matt, since this went back to 2019, the previous order condition, was it for both Lot 36 and Lot 20, for both?
Yeah, it was the one Moot Swan, and then there was the Simon's Road lot on the other
Okay,
side.
and that was,
That's under construction. I believe that's just about completed, if not completed.
Kind of across the street
That's across the street,
from
yeah.
Simon's Road.
Yeah.
That's the one that's got all the silt that's going down the street.
right, yeah, because I was looking at that and said, okay, the silt fence is degraded, so I didn't know whether it's
Right.
completed, still underway, what's
Yeah, I mean, I'm not involved in that project. I mean, that is under construction, and
still underway? Okay, so,
Yeah, we've got an issue with that.
yeah, yeah.
Yep.
Okay. The next question was there any work implemented on Lot 36? at all?
on the Moot Swan Circle?
Yeah, you saw it.
No, there's been no work, there's been no clearing, no vegetation removal,
Okay.
et cetera. I mean, the work that I would just say, though, that has been started is those mitigation aspects, right? I mean, the removal of the Phragmites and the water quality, treatment
on
around the
lot-
cul-de-sac, et cetera.
lot
That
20, but
stuff's
nothing
been-
on lot
yeah,
36.
correct, yep.
So, looking at the plan, one of my concerns that I've had on similar projects this way is you have a retaining wall right up against the limit of work.
Yep.
So there's no details on retaining wall, and then the house is right up against the limit of work. So, based on my knowledge in construction over the years and as a design professional, I don't know how you can construct that without put a foundation wall and a retaining wall right up against the limit of work.
I mean, if you look into the plan, I know it looks, it's tight there, but there's a foot or so off of the silt fence that they'll be able to then, construct the wall, a retaining wall. They'll have to construct it from inside the footprint area. As far as the foundation of the house, you actually have the portion where it looks like it's closer to the silt fence is actually, that's a cantilevered section, so the foundation isn't down there. If you're looking to it's like the northerly part of the footprint on the backside, Steve. That's cantilevered there, so it is.
Looks like there's a foundation wall, it's right up against the limit of work and retaining wall there.
There's a retaining wall that is right adjacent to the limit of work, yes.
Right, so,
And the limit of work will be staked, and they
Right,
will
so-
have to do the construction aspect out, from the uphill side of, if you will, that'll get excavated down below the silt fence. Once it's below the silt fence level, obviously, there's not gonna be any sediment transport out, and they will just have to be able to form and construct the wall and the foundation from the backside of the.
right, but with retaining walls, you have a toe of footing going in one direction and a larger toe going in the other direction. So how can
Well,
you
depending
construct a
on-
retaining wall up against?
Depending on the
limit
type of
work?
wall, I mean, you don't have to have a toe, a segmented retaining wall. It actually has a cant back, right? And there's no toe that is out in front of the wall.
Right, so if you only have what looks like, and there's no dimensions on this plan, so there's a lack of information here. So if this retaining wall is a foot wide, it looks like here in your plan?
Sorry, it's a what?
Retaining wall is about a foot wide, 12
Yes,
inches wide?
Yes, it's about a
So
foot
a
wide.
canted wall is deeper than a foot. So there seems that there's some lack of information here on construction values. I don't know how you can show on a plan a 12-inch wall, then say you're gonna have a canted wall. And then if you pour in a foundation, if you have your basement first floor at 25.5, and you have a, grade level, looks like it's down at 20, 21, 22, you have to be 4 feet below grade, so you're gonna be 6, 7, 8 feet below grade with a footing, and the footing excavate for footing, you gotta do 3 or 4 feet wide to get a footing in for a foundation for a house that size. So if you can provide, structural cross sections and some more details on how this is gonna be built without going into the limit of work would be helpful.
Okay.
Yeah. We ran into this at
61.
61 Shoestring Bay also too, same thing. So. Yeah, and they ended up shrinking the house back.
Yes, and they did.
giving us a wall design, so, yeah.
I think that one was in the coastal bank, though, also.
It was, yeah, but it had
Because remember they'd called me.
it had steep topography also,
Yeah,
too,
yeah,
so
yeah, yeah.
that was the issue, was the topography.
Yeah.
So, okay. Yeah, we need some more information.
I
there,
understand your
so.
questions, yeah, for sure.
All right, thanks.
Point of order.
We're at 15. All right, let's see if we can get through this quickly. Richard? No questions. Sandy?
No, I just wonder about the grandfathering on the,
Right, we
100.
have a letter from the attorney representing the project, and he claims that the grandfather, because the order of conditions was issued, what was the date again on that?
2019.
19?
It was, yeah, it was in 2019.
2019.
Yeah, yeah, and then you had the COVID Extension Act, and then, yeah. So,
Remember all those discussions.
right.
So the stand is that they're only responsible for 5,100 rather than 75,150.
Do we need to get our legal?
Well, I know in the article that was approved at town meeting, there was absolutely no mention of grandfathering.
Right.
It was an outright extension of 75 for natural buffer strip and 150 for the jurisdictional. So,
I'd encourage the commission to, I think you've retained KP Law, right?
Yes.
That you work with them. I would encourage you to forward my memo to them.
Yep.
And I'd be happy to, follow up with any questions the commission may have, or Alex may have, or whomever you're working with at KP Law.
yeah.
Our position is, the case law is strong, that when an order of conditions is approved, there needs to be predictability and for the delineations that are approved on that plan. That's approved, the plan was approved back in 2019, yes, but it's also been extended as of recently as 2023. And so when you think about it, it makes sense from the purpose of a homeowner that they're relying upon delineations that are approved by a conservation commission to move forward and develop plans and invest time and money
Sure.
to get contractors lined up and to get things moving. And to have those conditions change as you get further down the line from a policy perspective doesn't make sense. And what's really, these decisions are really from the policy perspective, because it just wouldn't be fair to homeowners and developers generally for subsequent changes to have a retroactive effect.
Right.
So that's our position. I mean, we're laid out in the letter. I think it makes sense to pick Alex's brain or whomever you're dealing with at KP
Right.
Law on the issue, and then I'm happy to revisit it as needed.
Okay. Okay. Sarah?
Yeah, thank you, Paul, and thank you, gentlemen, for being here. I'm certainly no legal or policy expert. I will say from my vantage in terms of what I know of conservation management best practices, of course, we reestablish boundaries and delineations of current resource areas. Specific to Mashpee, that's included in our bylaws as a provision for the commission to establish accurate boundaries and buffers in the face of migrating habitat due to sea level rise, natural ecological responses to disturbance like development, especially on a coastal bank. Conservation management boundaries change over time. Buffer zones are regulated areas of protection for resource protection, and they do change, and that is our purview. So I do have some significant concerns, even with delineations that were made in 2019, especially since the town governance saw fit to update those buffer zones as recently as they have. And so I would like to secure a legal opinion from town council before we move forward with anything on this project, just to ensure that there's a clear understanding amongst this commission of what we do and don't have legal authority to enforce, given the many revisions to our current home rule regulations that have changed since the issuance of this order of conditions and how that may or may not be new information that has been changed and has a demonstrated significant impact on the wetland resource areas in the community that we're charged to protect, which would of course then give us the authority, as I understand it, to change those conditions to suit said updated restrictions in the interests of protecting the wetland resource area. So all that long-winded ness to say, I would really like to pause on this and secure the opinion of legal counsel before we move forward on anything.
Okay. All right, thank you. One thing that I would add, in our Regulation 16 for coastal banks, if we lived in a perfect environment and our waters were crystal clear, we wouldn't be as intent as we are with erosion and sedimentation and you name it. And very rarely do I hear anyone addressing wildlife habitat. But wildlife habitat is clearly, in Regulation 16, a performance standard on coastal banks. And I don't see anything in what's been presented to assure me that the wildlife habitat is not being impaired. So as we had requested on a previous job in this area, I would like to see some attention paid to, now that we know exactly where this house is going to land in that building envelope, and I as a commissioner can walk onto that site and specifically look at the trees that are going to be taken out. Before I was only guessing because I'm looking at an envelope, but now I know exactly what you're proposing here. Those trees play a critical role in wildlife habitat, and I'd like to see that addressed. I'd like to see some type of a wildlife expert go in, make a inventory of the various species of animals, birds, mammals, reptiles that are using that coastal bank as either a habitat for breeding, whatever. We did request this on a previous job, and it was looked at, and there were actually abutters that came, and they were asking questions about the raccoon and the coyotes and the osprey. I mean, there was a lot of concern. So I feel as though, and rightly so, because of our degraded water quality, we're focused on water all the time, and we're not really paying as close attention to wildlife habitat as I feel we should be. So I'm concerned about that, and not seeing any information, not a single word about the wildlife habitat.
Just an inquiry, on the prior project, was that 61 Shoestring where you had the
Yes.
wildlife? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I
and-
believe it was Crawford Land Management. that
Yes,
did it.
Crawford Land Management did it. They, top of my head, I can't remember what they found, but they did have some findings.
They had some salamanders, and I know
That's what
they
it was, yes.
had a picture of them in the hand, and you're not even supposed to be touching them, but at least they were identified. So, you know, there's a legitimate concern. And there's also the cumulative effect. I mean, there's a house, there's a house, there's a house, there's a house, and after a while, the wildlife are running out of habitat.
I believe Crawford's the one doing the Phragmite remediation as
Yes,
well,
they are.
so we can
Yeah.
reach out to them.
So I'd like to see some attention.
Yeah, and we
paid.
will, and just of point, was not ignoring the habitat aspect. I mean, my read of the regulation, I thought that we were outside of the, you know, meeting the performance standards outside of the impact thresholds, because under the, I'm not sure the regulation number, but the wildlife habitat study regulation, we weren't crossing any of those thresholds, and then I thought by maintaining the 50-foot buffer, which was the jurisdictional buffer, that then, you know, met the habitat requirement, but that was the reason why you didn't see any follow-up in that, but understand your point, and we'll look into that.
Any other comments from commissioners? We're all set?
I
Agent?
just have one other comment, Paul.
Sure,
I
Sarah.
think it's really, really cool to hear a nitrogen figure on a house that doesn't have a septic.
Yeah.
That is awesome. And I can't wait for the sewer project to get expanded into the rest of the town. That number was so low. That was really cool to hear, so.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a number you don't hear very often. Any comments from the agents?
For me, no. I'll be interested to see what the findings are for that. When it comes to the buffer zone itself, We'll have to put that before legal counsel. I'm not gonna give my opinions or anything on that right now. You have a solid case on what you've outlined in your letter, and we'll just wait for what they have to say about that, quite honestly. So, but no real comments from me. I just want to sum up, since it sounds like we're gonna be looking at a continuance here, just what the commission's aiming at so far. So we have the wildlife habitat assessment, the retaining wall design and layout, how you're gonna go
House
about that.
foundation,
The foundation as well, retaining wall and foundation.
Cross sections.
As well as the securing legal counsel opinion. I'll send that out, Drew will send that out tomorrow. And then we'll see from there where it goes. But those are the three aspects I just want to make sure we're all agreeing on that is being aimed at for the continuance.
I appreciate that, thank you.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Drew, go
Just
ahead.
some additional comments. In my recommendations and my comments that I'm assuming you all have, is one of the recommendations I have, and I completely agree with the wildlife habitat evaluation should be conducted, as well as seeking legal counsel opinion to clarify, some of the precedents that was set, that was outlined by Attorney Tyler Franklin. So I think that's definitely necessary. One of my other comments that I didn't hear addressed yet, but was a recommendation, is that, and it kind of draws back to Commissioner Cook's concerns, is that you do have, an area of the 50-foot setback that is right up against, the proposed construction retaining wall and foundation is right up against the 50-foot setback. And so my recommendation in my comments was to provide a minimum of a 10-foot setback for construction overreach, because there's no question that that excavation is going to impact trees nearby and the root systems. And so my recommendation was to increase that setback, that work limit, by 10 feet, just to account for that construction overreach, which, we've seen it time and time again when projects get approved right up against the work limit, right up against the 50-foot buffer. Inevitably, trees become a concern because they've been impacted, and then they get requested to be removed because, they've been damaged, and the risk of failure would damage the property. So, I think that's something else to take into consideration. And, I would recommend that the commission, have the applicant examine that as well. But I completely agree, like I said, with the habitat evaluation. And especially because, they're making a case for a grandfathered buffer zone setback, which, I've read the letter and I understand the reasoning and rationale behind it. If you're putting a work limit right up against that 50, and you might, have incursion into the 50-foot buffer, and the commission, let's say legal counsel agrees and says, yeah, you're grandfathered for a 50-foot buffer, and then there's a risk of getting into that buffer, while, not having a 150-foot buffer apply. I think that just lends more weight to increasing that setback because of that potential impact.
Okay.
And the other thing that was mentioned in the comments is the change the asphalt driveway to a pervious material.
Yeah, and that's also, assuming like the grandfather buffer zones are upheld, it would be only a very small portion of that driveway that would fall into the 100-foot setback. But in consideration, if grandfathering is upheld, or if it isn't, that's something that should also be taken into consideration. And thank you, Steve, for bringing that up. That, it could very well be within jurisdiction, or it's close enough that I think it's a reasonable ask, if grandfathering is upheld, that driveway be of a pervious surface and not asphalt. Thank you, Commissioner, for bringing that up.
On that point, is with the entire driveway or just within the jurisdictional area? And then just another follow-up on that is, from a pervious standpoint, I would probably want to be looking at, because of the grade there, some type of pervious paver or something. You wouldn't want to do a gravel or a shell or something like that, because you would have, erosion issues with that.
No, yeah, absolutely. I agree with that. Yeah, it would just be within jurisdiction, but yeah, I think it should be kept in mind that if the buffer zone of 150 feet is upheld through legal review, you should count the area of driveway within 150 feet as opposed to 100.
Yeah, no, yep. Understood.
Yeah.
But you agree, though, Drew, that it would be like a pervious paver approach?
Absolutely, I agree with that, yes. Yeah, 100%, yeah. Thank you.
And
Keyword is pervious.
do we have? That wasn't sent out.
Oh, we do. I'll send it.
Yeah.
I'll send it.
like to get that. You didn't get this electronically, correct? I didn't.
Yeah, what did I get?
I have the top sheet, but I didn't have the proposed building.
I'll tell you what I printed out, here.
I missed it.
Yeah, I got electronically, yeah, that's what I printed off.
Yeah, no.
I'll
Send
resend
you
it.
that.
Yeah, just
There you go.
resend that. Resend it, yeah.
There's the
Somehow I
building, and
missed it
there's the
for some
site,
reason.
yeah. That's what I used today in my site visits.
Yeah. Okay. All right, so, we have a request then to continue.
Yeah, request to continue, please. So,
So September 12th or September?
no, I mean, if we get, with a
Be
wildlife study, we
Yeah,
gotta
it's
get
gonna
them,
take some
we
time to
gotta
do
get into
that.
somebody's schedule to do that, just
say,
alone to ramp that up. I mean, we're probably
I don't know what legal counsel is
into
gonna want. for
October,
time
I
either.
think. I mean, can they get it wrapped up in 3 to 4 weeks from now? I mean, maybe. The only thing is I don't wanna have the ire of the commission if we, continue to a date and then we have to continue again because it's not ready, right?
And if that does happen with this case, with the wildlife assessment, that's fully understandable as well. So
Okay,
if
as long
that,
as
if that
it's-
does happen.
Yeah.
Right.
So,
Yeah, hold.
I mean, we'll do the best we can, but again, we gotta get, if it's Crawford or whoever, we gotta, they don't even know about it yet. So
Yep.
we gotta get it into a schedule and then make it happen and report, et cetera. So
Scheduling's tough.
what's the second meeting in?
So, in
September?
September, it's September 26th for the second meeting, or you can go into October 10th.
I mean, we could shoot for the 26th, if that's okay, if you understand that if the habitat study is not completed by then, we'll request a continuance again, but we'd like to, I know the applicant's anxious to get this moving. Is that acceptable?
Not my preference.
Not your, huh?
It's not my preference. I mean,
You'd rather wait, you'd rather push it out a little further?
if you're gonna have a hard time getting somebody, I mean, I don't.
Yeah, I just don't know, I don't know if it'll be a
rush
hard
to-
time, I just, that, I know everybody's busy, it's just how quickly, so what's?
I don't know what the time, your time frame is. You,
I mean, my elements, I can definitely do within a month.
we don't wanna
It's
hold
just-
you up, but we also don't wanna get into,
Habitat study,
having
yep,
to
yep.
kick it down the road again.
What's the first one in October, Dan?
October 10th?
10th?
Yes.
What do you think, Tyler? Yeah.
Give you
All
some
right,
more
we'll
breathing
say the
space.
10th, October 10th.
Okay, so you'd be October 10th at 6:30.
First one on the.
First one.
Okay.
10.
Mr. Chairman, make a motion for 1 Mute Swan Circle to continue to October 10th at 6:30 PM.
Thank you, Steve. Is there a second?
Second?
Thank you, Sandy. Motion made and seconded. Any further discussion by commissioners on the continuance? We're good? Okay, roll
Do you
call.
want to reiterate the,
For the items?
expectation? Yeah, just,
Okay, sure. The items to talk about are wildlife habitat study, to get legal opinion on the buffer zones, change the driveway to pervious, and provide construction cross-sections for the retaining wall and house foundation. And then
yeah,
possibly,
and my recommendation for increase in setback to the work limit.
yeah, and possibly 10-foot.
And we're gonna, we'll look at that, I mean, we'll do the best we can, but,
Right.
okay.
10 quarters.
You're
Just a
aware,
recommendation, that's all.
Yeah, understood.
you're aware of, that's what we're looking for on the continuance. Okay. I thought Tyler had them anyways, but good, it's good to
Yeah.
bring that up, Steve. Okay, then I will take a roll call vote. Steve?
Yes.
Richard? Sandy?
Yes.
Sarah?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you very
Thank you
much.
very much.
Have a good evening.
Take care.
Okay, now calling the 6:51 hearing for 21 Debbie Lane. Donald R. Cassidy trustee, Donald R. Cassidy Revocable Trust. This is a proposed septic system upgrade. Representative is Shea Environmental, and this is an RDA.
Hi, I'm Carmen Shea from Shea Environmental Services, and we have a proposed upgrade to a septic system that failed to meet the 4-foot adjusted groundwater requirement for Board of Health during a septic inspection. So what we're proposing is, currently there is a 1,500 gallon tank and a leaching area that isn't actually in failure, just doesn't meet the requirements for, Board of Health's groundwater separation. So we're removing those, and in its place, we're putting a new 1,500 gallon tank with a sledgehammer IA system, and that is going to go to a gravity-fed Presby leach field. And that's pretty much it.
Okay.
We are in an AE flood zone, that's why we're here.
Sorry, I missed that.
We're in an AE flood zone, that's why we're here.
Right. Thank you. Questions from commissioners?
Dan, was this, did this come in front of us before for an addition, a garage addition?
Yes,
Same
this was for
house?
the garage addition, notice of intent.
Okay.
And then there's a for sale sign on the house now, so I'm guessing that's what triggered this whole thing.
They are not going to be doing a garage, at least not Mr. Cassidy.
That's what I figured, so.
Okay. So, okay, I remember when I was there last time, there was some vegetation in the back, so was this whole yard being totally cleared where the tank and the SAS are going?
I'm sorry?
That whole back part of the yard being totally cleared of all
Yes.
vegetation?
Yeah, it's pretty clear.
Okay, is there any,
It's like a runway from the street all the way back. I mean,
is
you
any
know, I could
planting
drive-
mitigation being proposed, put back in?
I mean, just the standard lawn as what's there now. In fact, probably a better lawn that's there now. Essentially, as far as we're concerned, what we're doing is a pretty big improvement. We've got nitrogen reduction, we've got some phosphorus reduction with the sledgehammer system. We have a Presby system, which we're not asking for the environmental benefits for Board of Health, but it does give us a little bit of a reduction to groundwater that we need so that we don't have a big retaining wall in a mound. But in itself, the Presby is also another IA of its own. So we felt that we've proposed what's reasonable here for a septic upgrade for facilitating the sale of the house.
Okay, so I'm looking at, the photographs there with those trees. Those trees on this property, or are they on the abutter's property?
I believe those are on the abutter's property.
Okay.
Though you're talking to the very rear of the property.
These ones there.
Oh, those trees, okay. I don't believe we're gonna impact those trees.
Okay.
I did push the system pretty much 10 and 10 to the lot lines to try to get away. There was at one time when the original proposal for the house, there was a request for conservation to keep that left rear corner vegetated and undisturbed. And so I've tried to honor that with the septic system, maintaining it where it's proposed and also where the existing is.
Yeah, I'd like to see some mitigation down there since it's a flood zone and there's nearby trees. I know you're 10 feet away from the property lines, but I'd like to see some mitigation out there.
Okay, Richard? All set, Sandy?
No, I agree with Steve.
Okay. Sarah?
Yeah, hi, Carmen.
How are you, Sarah?
Good, how are you doing?
Good.
Just a quick question. So I heard that, the spec that the current SAS system is not meeting is depth to groundwater. So can you, I don't know really how this works, but are you gonna have to bring in any fill here?
No.
Okay,
No, so essentially, a Presby system gets a 2-foot groundwater credit because
Okay.
of the type of system that it is. And that's got its own DEP approval for that. And, provided I'm not asking Board of Health for any variances, which I'm not, then Board of Health is able to grant that as part of DEP's condition for a Presby field, which is why I've chosen that as in this particular area, so that we're not bringing in fill, we're not mounding this thing. Essentially, aside from, you do see a strip out area, but that's for the AB layer, meaning, loam and subsoil, so that the Presby itself is in suitable sand, and then there'll be sand packed around it, which is part of the construction of a Presby. But no, that was what I wanted to avoid, was having to bring in fill or create some type of retaining wall, and really change the, I guess essentially the aspect of the land itself. We're pretty much maintaining, there's a project that went on behind them, and they do have a slight mound where they opted to not gravity feed and use this technology, and they, I believe, have just a regular field. They do have a pump chamber there. I'm not sure that that's a recent project. Pete McEntee, I believe, did that plan. I don't recall any mitigation having been required there, and they're in a similar flood zone.
Sure, thank you. Yeah, if it definitely would have been a different application process for us. So it sounds like it was a good choice on the model that you went with. I do see here in the agent's comments that it would be nice to see the nitrogen calculations, and I just wanted to confirm that there's no variance, right? So same size to same size, we're not increasing the size of the septic?
We are not increasing any flow. Okay. We're doing the minimum requirement per Title V that you do have to design for a 3-bedroom size. It does not mean the permit has to be issued for 3 bedrooms. I believe the house is existing as 2. So essentially the way the permit would read from Board of Health is that, it's 2-bedroom permit with 3-bedroom size septic to meet the minimum Title V requirement. Because we're not really, without an extenuating circumstance or variance, we're not allowed to reduce that size.
So it's going to stay at 2?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
But I believe the existing field is probably a 3-bedroom design, again, per Title V at the time,
Right. So in order to comply with Regulation 30, we do have to have those nitrogen calculations. Those were not submitted with the paperwork.
Okay, I don't think I've ever had to do that for a flood zone in the past. Is that a new?
Regulation 30 has been with us now for over a year and a half.
About a year and a half, maybe a little over a year and a half.
I've been before the board probably for a project a little more complicated than this and not been asked for that. I don't mind,
Those will have to be submitted.
Yeah, I mean, is there any possibility of negative determination pending, receiving nitrogen calculations?
Well, I've got another issue. I went down onto the site today and I assume it was the owner.
Yeah, Don Cassidy said you were there.
Yes, we talked for a while. When you get down into looking at this photograph on the right-hand side, when you get down into the far corner of the lot, there are 2 trees. There's probably a 4-inch diameter oak and a little bit smaller diameter pitch pine. They're very viable, and they're like right on top of your field. I can't see you getting that in without taking those trees out of there. You got a 10-foot setback, and I measured it off, and I was beyond that tree.
Well, and we're a 5-foot strip out, so the 5-foot strip out has to be accounted for as well.
So we're gonna lose a couple of trees there, and I don't know about the root systems of the other ones that are nearby. So I've got some concerns about the possible loss of the trees, and again, the nitrogen calculations. So I'd like to see, first of all, the calculations. I assume they're gonna be fine. It's a Sledgehammer S46.
It is, yes.
But we have to have them. I mean, it's part of the filing requirement.
Okay, I apologize. I would have definitely gotten that in if I'd been aware of it.
Some, as Steve mentioned, some kind of mitigation, because we are gonna lose trees. I just don't see able to get that in without it.
So, since the concern is mitigation of trees, are we asking to plant a couple of trees somewhere else? Is that what you're?
They're not gonna fit, they're not gonna fit them there.
Well, they don't have to be there. I mean,
Right.
they can be certainly on the property.
Yeah, there's plenty of room over on the other side of that.
Yes, so you're not asking for like wetland, like per your wetland approved list. You're asking for, can we have a couple more trees since you're taking trees?
Yeah, you're gonna lose trees, we wanna put some trees back.
Correct.
Okay, could we make that a condition of the plan? Is that we mitigate the 2 trees that will have to be removed with similar
Yeah.
or with acceptable trees from the commission.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. And I also think that would be acceptable because you did mention that, as you know, they have the past order of conditions, gosh, from February. I just looked at my phone of this year. In that, they had to actually have a submission of a mitigation plan because they had a violation in the past of cutting trees down without notification to the department. He is aware of that. He was made aware of that at that commission meeting. But it was made in their order of conditions to do this so. So I'm not saying to go replant all of that, but I am saying if there is going to be replanting of, say, 2 trees, it should be a 2 to 1. So it should be 4 trees. And I concur that it can definitely fit in this area over here.
Yes.
Also happens to be where those trees disappeared at one point or walked away. So
Right,
I
and
think that would be acceptable for a 2 to 1 mitigation ratio if 2 trees are coming out for 4 to be planted.
Okay, I think that my client would be more than amenable to that.
Okay.
And essentially, that's part of the original no-touch area that I think had been established in the original plan for the house.
He
So
did, he
I think we're
discussed
doing
that with me today as well.
Yeah, so we're kind of benefiting everybody in this, it sounds like.
Yep, any chance we can get trees and plants on the ground, you know, we'll take it. In this case, it definitely needs to happen because of past history. That's for certain.
I will dig the little holes to put the trees in myself.
Thank you.
It seems likely I'll be the installer on the project, so I have a pretty good handle on, I'll have a good handle on what you want here.
Excellent, thank you.
Do we need a certain size tree?
It will be a certain size tree, you know.
Like a 3-gallon?
They will be within the Cape Cod extension list that you can pick from. They will state the size of the tree. You can get 3 gallons, you can get bigger. If you want to do bigger, we're not going to say no. But yes, that can be accommodated. So if it's a 3-gallon pot, that shouldn't be an issue at all, as long as the trees are taken care of by current, future, all homeowners. That's all.
Okay, we have to make the homeowner aware of the conditions of the plan via Board of Health. So essentially, as part of, my package to them, I'll make them aware that, the trees that are been mitigated and, any other conditions are relayed to the new owner.
Okay. Excellent.
So we'll make sure that's handled.
Thank you.
Just an additional comment, this is just for future reference, Carmen, and to the commission. When it comes to excavation, for septic systems or any projects in general, and you're looking at, trees in close proximity, it may be helpful to bring an arborist on board just to, make an evaluation or assessment of potential impacts. From my experience and knowledge of trees and root systems, the underground roots, and it varies from tree species to different species, but the basal area or the crown cover, you can usually rely on that as to the extent of the underground roots when you look at the crown cover and the extent and width of the crown. And that can give you a very general idea of how far the root systems extend out from the base of the tree. But, just for future reference and, just for the commission's consideration, when it comes to excavation projects in general, consulting with an arborist or keeping that kind of, key evaluation in mind, looking at the basal area of a tree, you can get an indication of where the root systems are. And then you can have a much better idea of potential impacts for future projects.
Okay, I certainly will keep that in mind. I appreciate it.
Sure, no problem.
Okay. Questions from the public? Don't see any.
I got nothing online.
We're good. Okay. I would accept a motion.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, make a motion for a negative determination at 21 Debbie Lane with the following conditions. For a planting of 4 trees based on the list from the Cape Cod
Cooperative
extension. And any lawn to go in to meet the lawn standards per the commission's lawn standards, since it is a flood zone, and then providing of the nitrogen loading calcs.
Can I just ask to change that for one? For the tree planting, could be a 2 to 1 just in case there is any harm to the trees while they're excavating?
Sure.
So say it's not 2 trees, say it's 3, just so we have that accommodated
Yeah,
for.
so 2 to 1?
Yes.
Based on any trees being removed?
Correct.
Right.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay.
Excellent.
And do you want to deal with an arborist evaluation, as Drew was just talking about?
That was more for future reference.
Yeah, I don't think we,
We don't have any,
But it's a recommendation for any project that involves excavation in close proximity to trees, you know, that a consulting arborist would be a good idea.
right.
I think at this point, I'm fine without the arborist. If we're gonna do a 2-to-1, we're gonna see, you know, clearly what trees, you saw what trees needed to come out,
Yeah.
right, in
Yeah.
there. And then, you know, we can evaluate during, we can make that condition that evaluate during construction by staff. I don't want to add any more work
In
on
this
you.
case, I would recommend for an evaluation, not evaluation, just a site inspection after installation, just to see, because at that point, you'll actually be able to see if there is damage, you know, dead limbs or a receding leaf line or anything on the tree. You'll see stress, and that could be an indicator as well. So yeah, if there's gonna be any on-site inspection, I would just say after the fact, after it's completed, so we can really get a grasp of how everything is.
Okay. All right, we'll add that into the motion.
All right.
Okay, is there a second?
Second?
All right. Motion made and seconded, up for discussion. Anything that somebody would like to add or ask? One thing that I'm concerned about that I heard in the hearing is that the other projects off the list, the garage proposal, this property is being transferred out. So where is the leverage to replace the trees that were taken out illegally?
That would still be on the order of conditions. So it was issued in March, so it'll be effective until 25, 26, 27, 2027. So the new homeowner could still go through with that on the order of conditions. There has been no mitigation planting plan submitted yet. The first bullet on the order of conditions is for them, before they even break ground on anything, is to submit a planting plan. At that point, we could then accommodate for the trees that need to be planted on the planting plan, also for the layout, since Carmen's going to have these trees planted if it does get a negative determination tonight. So we could arrange it then. If the order expires and they don't end up going through with it, then yeah, at that point, we wouldn't have involvement with it, because the order would expire and they didn't do any work.
So we would lose all those trees.
Yeah, we would lose all those trees, which was 2 or 3 trees. I can't remember off the top of my head. So that was the ones that had to be restored, not mitigated for, restored for in the last order, really. So it was 2 or 3 trees.
So should we could add it into
What
this
about
one.
the
This is the
ones that
current
were
owner.
Illegally cut, wasn't there a lot more than that along the
Those,
front property line?
the only ones I was aware of was in the back. Those were the only ones I was aware of, because the front one still had these trees here.
It looked to me like there was a lot of cutting on the property line. If you look at the photograph on the left-hand side, if you come over to the property line on the right-hand side of that
Right over here.
photograph, down in that little ravine, there seemed to be a lot of trees that were cut out of there. In fact, the owner indicated to me that he had a guy come in with just a big machine and pick them right up and cut them off and took them all out.
Well, then we definitely missed those.
Then he said he was fined for it.
Oh, okay. That I'm not aware of.
Yeah,
That must have been before my time.
yeah.
That
So
I'm not aware of.
I don't know where any of that stands, but
We'll make sure we follow up with that, because you're right, Paul, they were
Yeah.
supposed to submit a planting plan,
Right.
mitigation for the loss of those trees, and I think it was like 5 to 6 trees, if I recall correctly.
yeah.
But regardless, we will definitely follow up and make sure that that gets brought into compliance.
Yeah, so it was 450 square feet is what it
Right.
came out to.
Right.
Yep,
I just don't want to
Exactly.
lose that opportunity to get those trees back. If the new owner comes in and they break the bank buying the house and they don't want to do the garage, and then all of a sudden it all quiets down and we're out all of that vegetation. I don't want to see that.
absolutely,
Mr.
yep.
Commissioner?
So,
I'm just curious.
Sure.
So they do a mitigation plan, 2-to-1, whatever it might be. They
Yeah.
transfer ownership. Does the new owner now take responsibility as far as the monitoring plan? Is that on him to make sure that
Whatever
these?
conditions, yeah, were
Okay.
issued, then they go with the property. Yep.
Planting
Yeah, the new
plans.
homeowner inherits those responsibilities, yep.
Until there's a certificate of compliance, and then everything's cleared.
Correct.
Plant health, maintenance, and all that goes into perpetuity. You know, the only way it's gonna go away is if the mitigation contract's closed out because all the plants survived. is what that comes down to. So, yeah.
So we had a previous RDA, I believe was our last meeting, maybe two back now, and we required that determination to be registered at the registry. Should we do that with this? Just so we.
Yeah, I don't see a reason why not.
that's a good
You can
idea.
require it to be recorded to make it, the conditions legally binding.
Right, I don't want to lose the opportunity of missing out on those trees that are owed back to the earth.
However, those trees are not the trees that I'm going to be dealing with as this part of the septic project.
Right, they're not.
So essentially, as it pertains to this project, I mean, I don't care. I've got to register a notice saying that there's an IA system. It's sure not going to be any hurdle for me to drag another piece of paper down and get it registered as well if you want the RDA on record that we're putting a 2-to-1 tree, revegetation for what we take out for the septic.
Okay.
And then that way, should anything happen after we're done with the septic, that's on the new owner and there's something on record.
Right. Okay.
So do you want to have it recorded
I
as
would
part of the
like to,
motion?
yes.
Okay.
You would add that?
Yeah, so we'll add on the motion that the
That's for the
RDA be
RDA,
recorded
correct.
Because there's mitigation
for
involved. on it.
previous mitigation, yep.
Yep.
Should be,
Typically, we don't, but in this case, I think we need to.
yep.
Okay. So we're going to amend that order for the mitigation to be recorded with the, okay. All right. Any other questions or concerns? I'll take a vote. Steve?
Yes.
Richard?
Yes.
Sandy?
Yes.
Sarah?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Two. Okay. You're going to recuse yourself on this one, Steve?
I will. I'll let you read it first.
1, 2, 3, yeah, we still have 4, okay.
Yeah, as long as Sarah's
Better
still.
do a head count. Don't go anywhere, Sarah. We need you up there. So I'm going to call the 6:54 hearing for 137 Summersea Road, Charles A. Aguirre. Proposed conversion of a carport to garage with living space above, no increase in footprint. Representative is Marsh Matters Environmental. This is a notice of intent, DEP file number 433310. Steve.
I'm going to recuse myself since I was the project designer.
Okay, thank you, Steve. We'll have the clerk come and catch you as soon as we're done.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Mr. Chairman, Mike Ball from Marsh Matters Environmental, here with Charles Aguirre, the applicant and owner of the property at 137 Summersea. This is a 0.3 acre lot on Aquay Bay, currently supporting a 3-bedroom, single-family house, originally constructed in 1967. Roughly 1,350 square feet is the structure footprint. We're in the AE flood zone, and we are in the 100-foot buffer to salt marsh associated with the bay. Just a quick bit of history. Earlier this year, your commission approved replacing the septic system, so that was the most recent project that was before you, was replacement of a system to a nitrogen-reducing system. Pete McEntee, who did this plan, was responsible for that design, and that system has been installed, and so the existing conditions reflect that new system plus the boulder retaining walls that were put in the north corner of the lot. So we're here before you tonight to propose a project that will convert a 17 by 20 carport, open carport, 340 square feet, to a covered, or rather an enclosed garage with living space above that garage. There will be no increase in the number of bedrooms of the house because the old house was 3 bedrooms. The interior has been reconverted, so it's 2 bedrooms in the existing structure. The 3rd bedroom will now be above the new garage. Okay, so they're going up, no increase in the footprint. There is
a hardscape walkway that's being proposed that'll be added to connect the gravel parking area to the east side of the house. When the existing deck was redecked, they put new deck boards on it. They did add a set of stairways on the water side of that deck, and so that was done without conservation approval, so we're seeking post facto approval for that portion of the project. A circular fire pit of, looks like 155 square feet, consisting of a circle of cobbles with pervious gravel. That was also installed about the same time the deck was rebuilt, and so we're seeking post facto approval for that feature. So in all, mitigation is required because of the additional structure and the fire pit area and the walkway. And so we did submit, or I prepared a mitigation planting plan that you should have in your packets. If you can pull that up, there we go. That totals, it looks like 883 square feet. Pete McAfee did the calculation according to your mitigation regulations. As you can see, it's 2 areas down by the salt marsh. We are asking for an allowance to maintain access from the yard to the edge of the marsh. So that's what that central green area is. I think we're roughly at 64 shrubs, several of which are, most of which actually are going to be planted under an existing canopy in oaks and cedar and pitch pine. Currently, if you were to pull up those pictures, Dan, you'd be able to see the area where mitigation's proposed is a pretty open area with a canopy of mature trees, and we think it was the best place to put the mitigation plantings. Let's see. Yeah, can you pull up my NOI? Is it possible, Dan?
Yeah, one sec.
It would have been in the attachment with the locus figure, so if you scroll up, there we go. Yeah, so that area right there that I've pictured, that's really the mitigation area. Looking at that photo, to the left is the marsh, to the right is the yard. Second photo down, number 6, is probably the best picture of where mitigation is going. So currently it's an unimproved lawn between the water and the yard. Let's see, we are seeking a waiver, a Section 7 waiver, Regulation 25, because the garage construction will involve enclosing that carport, and so we will have vertical walls there. Steve Cook, as he said, was the designer on the project, and he did incorporate smart vents to meet building code for structures in the flood zone. I think these are reasonable improvements to a modest single-family home. I think it is worthy of a waiver and approval, and we'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, thank you. I'll open it up to commissioners first for questions you might have.
Can I just speak to one
I
thing?
have some questions.
Okay.
Am I stepping on somebody? Was that,
Sure, Sarah, you got the floor.
are you sure? Okay, thank you. Sorry, I'm allergic to 9:30, so I stopped doing stuff. So a quick question. I did drive by the property, and I noticed that underneath the carport is currently cleared and unpaved. Is that due to the current construction, or was that the existing condition?
That was the existing condition.
Okay, and so by introducing the walls, we are now restricting, whatever would be contained and presumably paved within that carport as impervious, right?
It would be a garage, yes.
Right, okay. And when you mentioned that the inside bedrooms have been reconfigured, is that, were walls moved, or is an existing bedroom just being used for another purpose?
No, walls were moved, so we removed a bedroom in the existing house, and we're moving it over the garage.
I see. Okay. And
We
then
thought-
the
We thought
sorry?
we thought it'd be a very modest addition, and not encroaching on any additional space on the property.
Yeah, reasonable, not increasing the footprint on the ground, so to speak. I guess the final question that I have has to do with the waiver. I do see that a waiver was received, and I just wanted to ask you all why we're adding a bedroom and another bathroom and a garage, paved walkway. I think part of what we have to consider is compelling need for the additions that are going to introduce elements outside the scope of our current regulations into the floodplain, and certainly so close to the water. So I would love to just hear the impetus for the construction.
Well, I'll just add that there's not an addition of a bedroom because the interior of the existing structure is being reconfigured. It's currently a 3-bedroom house, and so that existing structure is going to now have 2 bedrooms with that 3rd bedroom now being placed above the garage. Would that be inaccurate?
Absolutely.
Fair clarification. I don't know if you would have reconfigured the 3 bedrooms into a 2-bedroom without the addition of the garage, but we are increasing, living space, whether it's a bedroom or not. And so I'm just curious as to what the impetus is.
It's a very, very small house. It's 1,300 square feet. So introducing 300 square feet to the existing house, I thought was the most efficient and smallest addition we could do for a house for our family.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions, Sarah? You all set?
All set. Thanks, Paul.
Okay, thank you. Rich? I know. You're all set.
I just had a question about the walkway. What type of material are you going to use on that?
We're proposing impervious. Oh, pervious, sorry.
Right.
Yeah, make that mistake all the time.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Is that it?
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
So, Mike, I'm looking at, in the packet, you have total mitigation required at 807, but you're proposing more than that, correct?
Yeah,
What is the total that we have here?
I believe it's 883. That I asked.
883.
Yeah.
So we're going with this.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you got 558 in the first area and 325 in the second.
Correct.
Okay. I think that was the only question I had. No increase in flow. Tank's already been done. I'm all set. Dan, anything you want to add?
Yeah, just really quick, this is a modest expansion, and this property's seen some improvements since you've purchased it, obviously, especially with runoff from the road. That's been very much, not controlled, I'm not gonna say, but it's very much been reduced. So that's a great thing to see. On the property as well, as you may recall, there was a bunch of red cedars next to the house, for the RDA.
Right.
For the septic. Those had to be removed because it had a beetle borer in the bottom of them. And in that removal, they had to grind the stumps as well to control the outbreak of the beetle borer. And when I went on property, I did not see any more red cedar trees with the indications on the bottom 6 inches of the trunk. So that was kind of a good thing to see, but I just wanted to note that because this property did have an infestation with it, just like pretty much every property on Pompanesett Island. And this was the first time that we did a treatment, or not we did, but a treatment was done like that, and it's been successful. So I wanted to note that for those trees being gone, because I know it was about 8 trees, each about 4 to 5 inches in caliper. But it's nice to see the other ones are thriving, and I have not seen any indications. So if this project does receive approval, it'll definitely need a 2 to 3 year mitigation contract to ensure the survival of all the mitigation plantings. And also when it comes to the higher number, I am happy to see that. Simply because some of the hardscape is, as we know, within the 75-foot buffer as you applied the waiver for. So because of that, I always like to see higher mitigation numbers when you're going anywhere within the 75-foot buffer as you are. So I think that is a great thing to see as well. So overall, it's going to be a flood compliant foundation. Shouldn't have any issues there. There's no bedroom increase, and the nitrogen loading calculations come below 18, and that is great for me to hear. So, yeah.
Okay. Drew, is there anything you want to add?
No, just with the recommendation, Dan had mentioned, mitigation monitoring contract, I recommend 3 years.
Right.
Yeah, no other comments.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, questions from the public? No? I guess we're all set there. So I would entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion for 137 Summersea Road to close an issue with the condition that there be a 3-year maintenance contract.
Okay.
Second.
Motion made and seconded for close an issue with a 3-year monitoring contract. Open for discussion amongst commissioners, if there's any further questions. We good, Sarah?
Yep.
Okay, no other questions? I'll take a vote. Richard?
Yes.
Sandy?
Yes.
Sarah?
No.
I vote yes, so the motion carries. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great, thank you very much.
The next hearing is for 657, 126 Waiting Place Road, Stephen F. and Donna M. McDonald. Request to extend the order of conditions, DEP file number 432971. Representative is BSS Design Incorporated. And this is an extension request. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Thank you for the record. My name is Tom Bunker with BSS Design. And I believe I have here Mike Picard from Sudbury Design. He's up in the Zoom. You might want to join. There was an earlier hearing at Mute Swan Circle. This is about the same age as that, actually a year older than that, when the order was originally issued, 2018. And through some of the same process, the COVID tolling period and things like that. And we actually did get one extension on top of that. And so it puts us now in a point where the project is, the construction is starting. The construction is somewhat underway, and the order is about to expire. So we're requesting an extension of that so they could complete the work and do the planting that's shown. I know you were mentioning the planting in the earlier hearing this evening for the same property. This plan shows a large area of planting. Not specific, there's not a final planting plan, but Angela Tanner could probably do a good planting plan for that also. So anyway, they're requesting an extension so that the work approved under this order can be finished.
Okay. Thank you. Questions on the extension request? No? Sandy, any questions?
No.
Sarah, going to go out to you for a question on the request for the extension?
No questions.
All set?
Thanks.
Are we looking for 3 years on this, or what are we?
Mike could answer better. I think the 1 year is enough. I don't think they need 3 years. Mike, see his name up there. I don't know if he's listening.
I don't know if he's there or not.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you. Mike Picard, Sudbury Design Group, the landscape architect. 3 years would be great, but 1 year is definitely what would be needed to complete the construction.
Okay.
Maybe 2 years as a compromise?
Yeah.
I'll go for that, Drew. Definitely.
I was mulling over the, from the previous hearing, the 930 square feet of mitigation. How is that going to influence I mean, you're the landscape architect, right, Mike?
Yes, I am, sir.
All right, so how is this mitigation if we move that over to the proposal for the wall? How is that gonna influence your role in this project?
Well, as far as the construction of the pool, it won't, but when we get to the mitigation planting, that's what Mike Briselli said earlier, we will work together, and he's gonna combine the plans, as he said earlier, so we can look at the square footage that we're required for this project and the square footage for the seawall project.
Okay, so you're willing to sit down and work with him to
Absolutely.
figure this out, all right.
Yeah, I know there was a request to put this plan, the outline of this plan, onto Mike's plan so he
Right.
can understand the whole thing, and that, I can get Mike all the information to add that into it.
All right.
Mike, to Mike Borselli.
I just wanted to
Mike Picard
clarify
already
that
knows
from
it.
the earlier
Yeah,
hearing.
yeah,
Okay.
no, that makes perfect sense, yeah.
Okay, I have no further questions.
All right, Mr. Chairman, make a motion for 126 Waiting Place Road for extension for 2 years.
That was the, yes.
That was the compromise position
Met
between the
halfway.
1 and the 3, right? So I think that should be enough time.
I think that's
Hopefully.
more than enough.
Yeah,
Fingers crossed.
We have another pandemic or something that breaks out.
yeah, hopefully not.
No.
So, yeah.
Okay, motion made. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Sandy. Motion made and seconded, 2-year request. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Roll call vote. Steve?
Yes.
Richard?
Yes.
Sandy?
Yes.
Sarah?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we have a second extension request here on the 7 o'clock hearing for 164 Captain's Row, Mark R. and Robin L. Galante. Request to extend the order of conditions for DEP file number 433142. The representative is the owner, and I don't.
He's not
are they-
here.
I got nothing.
Nothing. The only comment I have is that there's still some unfinished work from the existing order of conditions. The project is mostly complete.
Yes.
Can somebody, what's mostly?
Yeah, so they have very little work left. He's requesting a 1-year extension. It's due to expire, I believe, this coming December. And they're almost finished. It was a home addition. Riverfront is the jurisdiction of the Mashpee River. It's on Captain's Row. So they're very close to completion. I just advised him that if, anything comes up, any delays, it's in his best interest to ask for at least a 1-year extension.
Okay. So we're talking 1 year?
Correct.
And I don't have the order. Is there mitigation that's going along with that would have to go in? It's probably not a good time of year to think about that right now, but
The mitigation has actually already gone in.
it's in, okay,
It has, yep.
okay. All right, I don't have any other questions. Any questions?
I'm gonna have to recuse myself. He's a former client of mine.
Okay.
Not a current client, but a former client, so.
Okay, we still have 4 voting commissioners. Richard, any questions? Sandy?
Nope.
No? Sarah, any questions?
Nope.
No, all set. Okay, from the public, any questions? None? Then I will take a vote. Richard?
Yes.
Sandy?
Yes.
Sarah?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. Okay.
Just a quick question. Was there a motion?
I
and
was
a
just going to
second?
say that. There wasn't any motion.
Oh, I thought there was.
I just
Now
dawned
it's
on me.
10 minutes to 10.
We're tired.
The vote was full though, right?
All right, so
Someone has to make a motion.
let me undo that and go back. So we're looking at a 1-year extension for this. I'll accept a motion.
Make a motion for 164 Captain's Row to extend a 1-year order of conditions.
Thank you, Richard. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Sandy. I assume there's no discussion on this? Now I'll call for the vote. Richard?
Yes.
Sandy?
Yes.
Sarah?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. Sorry about that. There are 2 certificates of compliance. The first one is 10 Papaneset Island Road. a request for a certificate for 433115. It passed inspection, there are no issues. And the second certificate of compliance is for 184 Fells Pond Road, and that is for DEP file number 433020. And we have the same report that it has passed inspection and there are no issues. So those are covered. Moving back to our pre- and post-hearing agenda items. The first agenda item is for the draft of Regulation 1 for Chapter 173, the Conservation Lands document that we had discussed at our last meeting. It was all distributed to commissioners for them to review. So I will open up questions or comments from commissioners on Regulation 1 first. Any questions on?
I'm fine the way the wording is.
You're okay with?
Yeah, I'm good with
what
that,
we have?
I'm okay with it too.
Okay.
Good with the wording.
Sarah?
Oh, boy. Well, I'm the outlier, as it were. I do have some comments.
Sure.
And just a couple of concerns about the language. And I also think that since we are amending, there are some areas that I'd like to consider. So I was hoping to put forward that we remand this to the bylaw review subcommittee to review for the language around, in particular, decision-making authority remaining with the commission in the public forum. I saw that that was modified in a couple of places. And I'd also like the bylaw review subcommittee to consider possible inclusion of language around Aboriginal rights and co-management and co-stewardship with the Mashpee Wampanoag tribe. I'd be happy to provide some more context for that suggestion if it's helpful. I'd also be happy to make a motion to just remand this back to the subcommittee and then provide my comments in a more detailed fashion to the entire commission when that's appropriate.
Okay. I know that Drew is a member of the bylaw review subcommittee, and he has gone through and drafted this, but certainly Alex Zolo and Sandy Godfrey and myself did not include any language in this as well. So I would not have any objections to that going back and looking at suggestions. You said you had other information you could provide?
Yeah, just a little bit of context in thinking specifically about taking the opportunity while we're amending this particular regulation, that it might be beneficial for us to think about the benefits to the town and the conservation land and inherently the Conservation Commission to advocate for co-stewardship and co-management with tribal nations. Certainly with this administration, there are a lot of examples of this happening on a federal level. There are a couple of examples of it happening on a municipal level, although the ones that I'm aware of are over on the West Coast, but a lot of the bylaws for Mashpee, from my understanding, were implemented prior to the Mashpee Wampanoag tribe becoming federally recognized. Now that they do have federal recognition as a sovereign tribal government, they have access to resources that far exceed what we would be able to secure on our own as a municipality to assist with stewardship, enforcement, some of the labor to do some of these things, and just support. So they have access to federal programs and federal funding. It could be in our mutual interest to explore co-management and co-stewardship to build upon conservation land management practices. One of the resources that we do have locally that's on a continental scale as well, the Native Land Conservancy, which is based here in Mashpee, also has a series of resources on what they call cultural respect easements. So some more information about that is definitely available on their website, but basically it's just something that gives access into perpetuity, access rights to Indigenous people, which mirrors the Aboriginal rights that are in place both by state and federal court law and precedent for the Mashpee Wampanoag tribe, other tribal folks. And I think, given the historic nature of Mashpee and the shared lands and some of the narrative behind them, I think it would behoove us to move in a direction to strike an agreement as a Conservation Commission with the public lands under conservation jurisdiction that is reflective of the current government-to-government agreement that's in place for mutual aid and support, which was not in place to this degree when a lot of these bylaws were instituted. So I think it would be something that would warrant definitely further conversation and deliberation among the commission, and I do not think that there's any urgency to gloss over legitimate inclusions such as this one with this one while we're going to the trouble to revise this regulation.
Okay.
So,
Thank you.
yeah.
Dan, any feedback, questions, or comments on?
When it comes to the we're talking about the trail camera still?
Yes.
All
Well,
right.
the Regulation 1 in general.
Yeah, when it comes to Regulation 1 in general, I do think it needs to be broadened. I completely agree. And I actually do think that there should be a coexistence between the tribe and the town when it comes to management, especially when it comes to management of our parcels to ensure that there's no fire danger. You know, you see a lot of fires going on throughout the country because there's a lot of fuel on the ground, and there's not a lot of initiative to remove that fuel, replace that fuel, or even utilize that fuel for whatever good it may be, whether it's firewood, whether it's just selling it, or whether it's just giving it away, whatever it may be. So having the tribe involved, something like that, which I know for a fact they could definitely use some firewood because tribal members still do heat their homes with just firewood in the winter. Not all of them, but I do know some that do, and I think that would be a benefit to the tribe. And I think that'd also be a benefit to the town because we could learn more holistic ways to not only manage these properties, but we could have assistance in managing them holistically. So it's not just the staff of the town doing it, it's the tribe and the staff of the town doing it together. You know, I believe in communication, collaboration, and community, and I think that would encompass all of those three aspects if it was worked into. My only concern right now, not right now, but my concern is just ensuring that the trail cameras is added to it because it has become such an issue, and the talk around town is. So I do agree we need to incorporate them into our land management, whether it be on Regulation 1 or whether it be some different agreement we have with the tribe. We absolutely should. But for the trail cameras itself as well, I think this is a thing that needs to be added to Regulation 1 to strengthen it. And I know with part of that also, we might have to update the rule sign, prohibited sign. I know I just updated it because one of the commissioners informed me that you couldn't even notice the word prohibited because it was green, just like the rest of the letters in the sign. So I've already edited that. Just a rough revision right now, but I am looking at some others because if we're going to have new rules go in, especially one where you cannot install security cameras or structures or whatever it may be on property, that needs to be known blatantly, not just on our website and within our bylaws of our books, but also on the properties with these signs. So yeah.
Can we do it in a two-step process?
Absolutely.
Can we just take care of the trail cameras to take care of that issue right away and then work with the other issues that you and Sarah talked about?
I would highly recommend that only because there's so many pathways to make an agreement and make a collaborative effort with not just the tribe, with any organization, anything. There's so many different pathways. I don't want to set in stone one pathway right now and then have another one better come up because it honestly might just be better legally to have an agreement and not have it included in the bylaws. I just don't know right now. You know, having some kind of tribal agreement with the town where they're allowed to help facilitate maintenance of the properties and the trails. I don't know if that should be incorporated into our bylaws or if that should be an actual agreement with the tribe that's written down the sign.
Right.
I just don't know right now.
So, yeah, so I think we should just address the trail cameras right now and then, because that seems like a much larger issue, involve a lot more.
And with this, we should put this
players.
in on, I would say, put this in on open discussion for the future, also so we can get tribal members to come and make comment about it. You know, I don't want to have it just be the commission making the comments about it. I want it to be the Natural Resource Department. I want it to be the historical section of the tribe as well as tribal members itself. We need all the perspectives. You know, if we're not going to get all the perspectives, we're going to have a skewed regulation, and that's one thing I want to avoid at all costs. So that's for certain. Yeah.
Okay. Drew, is there anything you want to add to that?
Yeah, I would agree with Dan, and then I think, you know, Sarah's ideas are certainly a good idea and something we should pursue moving forward. But you know, as it relates to amending Regulation 1 when it comes to trail cameras and, you know, electronic devices, This was at the request of the town manager to try and institute this change of language sooner than later because there was threatened litigation, which I'm not going to get into because that's really a subject for executive session if warranted. So I'm not going to expand on that. But, obviously there's plenty of future opportunities to amend and make future changes and, come up with agreements. But for the purposes of tonight, and this particular aspect of Regulation 1, I would encourage the commission to move forward with this particular aspect because it really does need to be included in the language. It's a relatively minor change. All we're asking for is, that they come forward with a request. And I do plan to seek legal counsel opinion on how to draft a permission form, that would be legally defensible and acceptable, for this purpose. So I think we should move forward with this one aspect and certainly pursue Sarah's ideas moving forward.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Members of the public that would like to comment? Yes, sir, if we can come on up and give us your name and...
Good evening.
Good evening.
Earl Mills Jr., I live on Main Street. I'm a tribal official, but I'm also a land manager for the Native Land Conservancy. We have a cultural respect easement with the Dennis Land Trust, which is a legal document in which allows us certain access rights for cultural practices, and through that agreement, we work with the Land Trust to help them to establish native plantings, working with wetland remediation issues based on our cultural understanding of land and plant properties. So we feel that tribally we could be of benefit to conservation lands in this part of the world because of our experience, our historical connection with the environment. So I would support any moving forward in this direction because I think it's a win-win.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So we have no other information?
Paul, I have just
Yes,
a
go ahead.
couple other comments. I want to thank Chief Earl Mills for coming in to speak on that. It's amazing. If we are considering just moving forward the draft as proposed, I do have some comments and concerns on some of the changes that were made outside the scope of the trail cameras. And again, this has not been reviewed or approved by the bylaw review subcommittee. It's my understanding that it's the commissioners that draft the policy, and then the agents and the conservation staff or the enforcement and the administrative wing for that. So I do want to ensure that we're, retaining the proper relationship to this process as we move forward. But I would defer, Paul, to you as the chairperson here as to what to do with the comments I have on the revisions that Drew has put forward that are outside the scope of adding in trail cameras, which I absolutely agree need to be added in, and then would love to just hear about making a plan for forward movement to continue this dialogue with the tribe about co-management of their homelands.
As not only the chair, but a member of the bylaw review subcommittee, and Alex Zolo is not here, but Sandy Godfrey is as well. We did look at the information that was provided, as all the commissioners have, but we did not have a bylaw review subcommittee meeting where the committee went to work on this. So I understand your concerns, and I understand the concerns of the trail camera issue. That certainly has to be resolved. The rest of it, if you feel as though the jurisdiction of the commission is being weakened or changed, then that's a concern to me as a commissioner, as chairman of the commission. So I don't want to hold up the process. I know the trail camera issue is tantamount. The rest of the language that's in there, if there's been revisions to that, then I can see us probably taking a second look at that.
I think the only thing was just that one sentence was changed for the trail cameras, as far as when I looked at it.
I'm looking at 5 separate areas that are highlighted in yellow, and the text is red. Those are the changes that I was referring to.
Okay, and those were the most recent one that was sent out. Is that the one you're referring to, Sarah?
Yes, yes, the one where we were sent the existing regulation and then the proposed revisions.
Okay, let me see if I can pull that up.
Oh, okay.
Hold on just 1 minute, and I'll have that on my screen. Yes, I have that document. So, under number 1, that one that's highlighted in yellow refers to the installation of the trail cameras, correct?
Correct. And then I think, you know, the comment that I have, the first comment, refers to the strike-through on the language following. So it says, is allowed on Mashpee conservation land
Right.
without a permit as voted on at public meeting. And the permit as voted on at public meeting has been stricken through and replaced with the express written permission of the Mashpee Conservation Commission and/or the Conservation Department. And I think on this particular revision, I do believe that we need to retain the language stating that the express written permission of the commission will be obtained at a public meeting to ensure there remains access for public comment.
Okay, I see that one. All right, now I'm coming down to page 2. The following activities may be allowed on conservation land subject to approval and conditions of the Conservation Commission and/or the designee of the commission, including the Conservation Department staff. Is a similar concern with that, or?
Well, actually, there's another concern preceding that. So in the second
I'm sorry,
paragraph.
then, no, let's back
that's
up.
okay.
I wanna
The
make
second
sure.
paragraph, shall has been stricken through and may has been introduced. And
missed
I
that
do
one.
think shall is a lot more concrete. May implies the application is only going to be required at the discretion of either the commission or the conservation staff, which it just doesn't seem equitable. So I would like to challenge that revision.
Okay,
Yep. And then moving down to the following activities may be allowed, subject to approval, and conditioning by the Conservation Commission and/or designee of the commission, including the Conservation Department staff. I do think that the commission should retain all authority to grant permission for activities on conservation land, and that we should not impose that designation on the conservation staff as the authority or at the discretion to do this. Again, for transparency and
Yep.
due process for all residents and applicants.
okay.
Yep.
In looking at the end of this, where there's a strike-through on ATV, motocross, bike, gators, and any other type of all-terrain vehicle usage is prohibited on Mashpee conservation land. One of the things that I thought about at the last minute, actually, I was thinking on the way down here tonight, or up here, I guess, from my house, a lot of the electric bicycles with the fat tires, those are motor-driven bicycles that can exceed 20 miles an hour, 25 miles an hour, and could certainly do a lot of erosion on our trails on the conservation land. And to strike out ATV and motocross bike, we should probably have something in there about electric bicycles and not strike it out, but keep it in. I think we could end up having a shift of a problem. I know that we have a problem with motorcycles. You know, that they go in, they tear up the area, it's hard to be everywhere all at the same time. And I just can see a shift going into the electric bicycle issue as well. Maybe that's something we should have in there.
Can I make a comment just
Yes.
for clarification why I struck that out?
Yeah, yeah.
Only because the first bullet point says motorized vehicle usage on any land, so I thought that was more all-encompassing than listing individual types of
yep.
motorized vehicles.
Yep.
That was the only motivation there. That way, we're not handcuffing ourselves to specific types of motorized vehicles. It's all motorized vehicles. So I thought that
everything's
was
out.
more encompassing. That was the only reason. And as far as like, you know, including Conservation Department and the wording, I'm fine if you want to remove that. That wasn't trying to usurp Conservation Commission authority. It's really just including us as department staff, you know, to regulate whatever you see fit.
Right.
But if you want to change that, leave us out of it, I have no problem with that. It wasn't, you know, trying to attempt to change authority in any way, shape, or form whatsoever. Going back to the first paragraph on number 1, you know, I struck out a permit as voted at a public meeting. I put that in because Alex Zolo's comments said she would rather defer to staff to handle this, so that's why I struck that out. We can certainly change that if the commission wants to have a hearing, you know, for these types of requests moving forward. I have no problem with that. I was just going by Commissioner Zolo's comments that she felt comfortable leaving it up to staff as far as, you know, issuing permission forms and processing them and things like that. But if you want to change that, that's fine too.
Yeah. One of my thoughts, Drew, and others, is if it remains solely with the commission and not at the discretion of the department, then it has to come before us, and it actually becomes an educational tool. It gets recorded, it's on the video, people are hearing about it, and if they're just coming to the department and they submit something and it gets approved and it never gets publicized. So I can see the benefit of keeping it in the public's eye, in other words, bringing it before the commission at a meeting like this so everybody hears about it.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't argue that at all. I was just trying to find a way to include both, you know, commission and conservation department in the wording, but however you see fit to change that wording is fine with me.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah, thank you, Drew. I mean, the conservation staff is part and parcel critical for the enforcement of these, so there's no way to separate the staff from what we're doing here. I think it's just a matter of process to ensure that there's full access to the public and that it's equitably applied for everybody. And I do hear what Alex is saying about these meetings being really long, but I do also think that we're making some other strides to keep them shorter. So just one opinion, but those were just.
No, I completely understand where you're coming from, and you know, I agree, so not a problem.
Great. I think the only other comment that I had here, when we have the dumping of material, we've included mattresses. I wonder if we could also include electronics.
Ooh.
Yes.
As a line item.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because that's a pretty common and trending dumping item, so I absolutely agree.
Yeah, they cost money to get rid of, so it makes sense.
Right.
And dressers and shrink wrap,
Yeah.
stickers. And,
Everything and anything.
Sure. Sure.
I would also suggest that whatever motion is made, that it does include a mandate to the bylaw review subcommittee to sit down and take a very close look at the information that you provided earlier, Sarah, and what Earl Mills came up and told us about. I think we should be looking at that. Maybe it could be regulation 2. I don't know. Or some other document, but I think it is time that we look at the possibility of bringing a closer relationship between the town and the tribe in terms of our conservation lands and what we can do with them, manage them, and use the resources that, quite honestly, is at their disposal and not ours. So
I agree.
I'd like to see that.
There's such a precedent for this work, and I think that we have an opportunity on Cape Cod to really lead in this way, particularly regarding to how the conservation lands are managed and kept. I think we have a lot of shared interests, and as you mentioned, there are resources to be accessed to increase our capacity to better manage these lands for safety. So.
Okay.
We could use all the help we can get.
That's for sure, and then some.
Amen to that.
All right, so I would accept a motion.
Would the motion be to remand this for revisions based on the conversation here, or to run this through the bylaw review subcommittee for another round of revisions for us to approve?
I think based on the editing that we just did, we could agree on those edits and get this aspect of Regulation 1 moving forward to deal with the trail camera issues. And at the same time, direct the bylaw review subcommittee to sit down and start working on whether it's adding to this or perhaps putting together Regulation 2 that would start the ball rolling of bringing both the town and the tribe closer together to working on conservation lands issues.
What I can do is I can send out a draft with the edits you've discussed this evening, and maybe one more discussion on that so we can get going, like you said, on this particular revision with an eye towards making further revisions moving forward, if that sounds acceptable.
To me,
That would provide Alex and Marjorie an opportunity to weigh in as well.
right.
Yeah.
Yep.
Especially Alex, where she's working on the open space plan with the EOC. I would like to
So-
have her feedback on that.
As for the revision,
Do you want to like table a vote for now and just see the revisions and then make a vote on that after you see a revised draft?
Yeah, we could do that. That might be a cleaner way of dealing with it, sure.
Yeah.
I would be happy to make a motion to remand the conversation to the bylaw review subcommittee of co-management and co-stewardship of the town's conservation lands with the Mashpee Wampanoag tribe for further discussion.
Well, that would be a separate motion.
Yeah, it's not on the agenda.
Yeah, and that's not on our agenda, so we would we'd have an open meeting law issue.
Okay.
We can have it on the agenda for next and then discuss it
Yes,
then.
let's do that. Let's.
Okay.
The best.
Yeah.
Perfect.
And in the
Let's go with-
meantime, I can send out the draft of revisions. You don't have to vote on anything tonight.
Right.
Just so you have that secondary draft to look at, and then you can take a vote on both matters. They'll be on the agenda for the next meeting if that
Perfect.
sounds good.
That sounds perfect.
And in the meantime, I'll get the Dennis Land Trust cultural respect easement agreement that they have. So we have some kind of stuff to go over, as well as I'll check into other places in the Cape and on Massachusetts if they have any possible as well, just so we have some information to go over.
Oh, Dan, I wanted to mention also, with regards to the trail signage, because this overlaps with what I do for work and educational background, but I did put together a proposed redesign of the sign with some amendments to the language towards inclusion and access, and I also had it, I translated it into Spanish and Portuguese. And I would love if our conservation signage was multilingual as a means of access and justice. And so I have those resources, I just haven't, I was waiting on a translation proofread today and haven't sent them in to you, but I heard you talk about, you had redone the signs too. So I wanted to let you know that I was playing around with that and see what the most helpful way would be to support making these signs as helpful as they can be for the community.
Yes, absolutely. So I will send out an email so we can start to collect, I guess I'll call revisions on that. And also anything that we can have in town that especially increases Portuguese speaking is a benefit, because I've been not informed, but I've been finding out that there is a large growing number on the Cape in particular. So anything we can have to get more people on property because they're more aware and educated of what's on the property would be fantastic. So yes, I'll send an email out to all commissioners. We'll gather revisions from there, and then we'll go from there with how the revisions go.
As for the changes for the trail cameras, I agree with Alex. I think staff should be left in there. I'm in total agreement with Alex on that end of it. Yeah. I don't think staff should be taken out.
Okay. All right, so we'll table the vote for now.
Yeah.
And we'll get those revisions from Drew. We may even have the subcommittee meet before our next meeting, I don't know, because that's on our list. I'm going to get to that in a few minutes. On Regulation 25, I believe all of the commissioners' reviews have been submitted. I know I got reviews from Richard, I got them from Marjorie Claproot, and I believe Alex Solo has sent in hers as well.
And Sarah updated hers.
And Sarah updated her, her review. So we should now be able to reconvene the bylaw review subcommittee, go through all of those feedbacks and reviews. And if any commissioner wants to, at the last minute, send something to the bylaw review subcommittee, please do. And we can begin the process of working towards that final draft. I also have, and I wanted to let you people know, I've been provided with an email from Margie Ross Dector, and she has quite a few concerns, and they're all outlined in an email that I've gone through and sectioned off. One of them was a potential workshop. I'm not going to comment on these, I just want you to know that I have this information. There were suggested comments that were provided, comments on the performance standards, and ideas to promote, incentivize best practices. And I will submit this email along with the other reviews that we have from commissioners to the bylaw review subcommittee, and we can go back to work. And the sooner the better. So
yeah, I'll send out some dates for the committees to meet. Just so everyone knows, I am going to be on vacation next week, but we'll plan it for the following week. Hopefully, we can align our schedules to get that going.
Yep.
And Paul and Sandy, I don't know if you, because I know Alex, had mentioned in her email that because she was a member of the bylaw review subcommittee, she wasn't sure if her comments should be parsed out, from our process. I don't know if you guys wanted to parse out your comments like Alex did. It's up to you. But just wanted to mention that because I know it was something that Alex, felt was worth mentioning, that she wasn't sure if her comments should be separated out because she's part of the bylaw review subcommittee. I don't think it's really that formal, but up to you. Just wanted to bring it to your attention.
Of course, all of my comments are on the various drafts. I believe the last one was draft 4. So they are submitted in writing on those drafts. But since we've had the presentation from the Cape Cod Commission, I may actually put into writing some of the recommendations that we heard from those presentations, especially those that center around the coastal zone management map data viewers. Those were eye-opening pieces of software, and that's putting it mildly. So I may be adding a few extra things as well. And I know, Sandy, if you want
my comments, I think, were on one of the drafts.
We're on all of them,
yeah,
any of them.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Then I will move down to the next agenda item, which was our executive session update. I don't know, have we heard back from town council about a conflict with that date that we have?
I haven't received any new information from town council, but I will send out a reminder tomorrow, just saying that we had this as a discussion item on tonight's agenda, and just if there's any confirmation on that date of September 12th. So I'll try to get that information out to you all and get confirmation from town council as soon as we can.
So we'll keep that 9/12 at 5 p.m. tentative, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. On the 2025 Concom meeting schedule, is there any new information on that, or frequency of meetings, or is that just going to be for discussion? I think
it's just going to be for discussion. There were some ideas put forth about holding meetings every 3 weeks as opposed to every 2, and then changing this meeting start time to a mutually agreeable time. 6:30 seems too late. Right. 5:30 or 5 seems too early, so trying to get a consensus on what would work for most. It's not going to be perfect, obviously, but whatever the majority decides. And then the other suggestion I had, Paul, which I know you've already started to address, was establishing time limits specifically for public comment.
Right.
So that was part of the discussion as well.
Right. And in this discussion, my intent on limiting hearings to 15 minutes, it's only the first time we've tried it. It at least got the message out that the hearings are going way too long. Some of them kind of adhere to it. Sandy was good about point of order. And I think the more we push on a time limit for engineers to be presenting information, we already have it all. I don't think some of these explanations, and I know some engineers just go on and on and on. So I'd like to keep those time limits on the hearings. And I've got some other ideas about agendas to make them look more like, I've looked at agendas for the entire Upper Cape and beyond. I've looked at Wareham's agendas. I've looked at Plymouth's agendas. And they're very different from the way ours are laid out. So I want to spend a little bit of time going through that with both you, Drew, and Dan as well, to see if we can't reformat the way the hearings are laid out, even the way we have them now. To have a hearing scheduled every 3 minutes, to me, is just completely unrealistic. There's no way you can get through them. We have people sitting here waiting. I'd rather maybe take the time sequence right out of it and just list them as hearings for a particular evening, and then group them together, do all the RDAs, do all the NOIs, do the extensions, so we're in kind of a cadence to move it along at a much quicker pace. But I can show you those, and we can discuss a little bit of that offline, so to speak, and then we'll bring it back.
That's how Barnstable does it.
Yeah, they all do it. I did not see an agenda on any one that I downloaded that looks anything like the way ours is laid out. So I think it's time that we try to streamline and make it a little more efficient.
Yeah.
Do other towns limit the amount of agendas per session?
Some do. I don't know. We've kicked that around before as saying, we'll have like no more than 7 hearings, and, you put your thing in and wait your turn. But I don't know legally.
You run into an issue for the 21-day, because you can't really limit the amount that can be heard per night, so you run into an issue. Some towns might do it and have no issues with contractors. We did it, we had an issue, and we no longer do that,
Yeah, you are under the gun of a 21-day limit. We do have a waiver submit a waiver, correct?
Correct, yes.
We do, and it's also, it's predicated, that 21-day statute to get a hearing on an agenda once an application is received. Well, that's really the key word, received. So that's what I want to talk to town council about is, if we physically receive an application or it gets sent in the mail, what defines receive? Because that really is going to allow us possibly to restrict the number of hearings is reception of an application.
Right.
And what is the definition of that legally? So if it gets dropped off, overnight or sent in the mail, is that technically received? So I think that's really the main kind of talking point, if you will, with legal counsel. Because we could have applications dropped off or arrive in the mail. It doesn't mean that they are actually received.
Right.
So I think that's really the main point that we need to have a legal clarification on.
Well, I think between the time limits and maybe reorganizing our agendas a little bit and dealing with what is received, if we can get all of this stuff working together, we can probably get out of this 10:30 window.
I agree.
Sold. Plan. Okay. Water quality issues? Anyone have anything? I didn't see that the water was any better today when I was out there, but that's to be expected, I guess. I'll turn the updates over to either Dan or Drew, or if they're not necessary. I don't know if...
Nothing really new. We had a kickoff meeting for the Mashpee River restoration last week. It was very well attended. There was a lot of good dialogue. It was just about conceptual approach, just the very beginning, of this process. NOAA grants, there's more updates about, possible funding, and it looks like the tribe is going to get possibly some substantial funding even to be used to hire additional staff for the Natural Resources Department, all in relation to the restoration of the upper Mashpee River. And then Choptank Bogs, we received upwards of 28 requests for the construction bid package. We haven't received any actual bids yet, but that's a good sign that the level of interest is there. We had a pre-bid meeting, and there were two companies that showed up for that. There were some questions that were asked, but we asked them to submit them in writing, so we're still awaiting that. And the process is moving forward for actual construction of the wetlands, wetland restoration of Choptic Bogs. Native Land Conservancy was there with their input, and we're gonna certainly have an eye towards, you know, when it comes to native plantings, that they be of a sustainable and harvestable variety for the tribe. So that's definitely a major component of this restoration effort. And things are moving forward for a beginning of construction at the end of October, beginning of November, assuming we get some bids, you know, submitted. If there are no bids submitted, we will revise the bid package and send it out again and start the process over. But hopefully, we'll get some bids in, and I'll keep everybody updated on that.
Great, thank you. No correspondence, no additional topics. I would accept a motion for adjournment.
So moved.
Thank you, Steve.
Second.
Thank you, Sandy. Roll call vote, Steve?
Yes.
Richard?
Yes.
Sandy?
Yes.
And Sarah?
Yes.
And I vote